related to collective bargaining. And now we are at call to order and pledge of allegiance. If you join me. First item on our agenda is Substance Abuse Prevention Month proclamation. October 2024 is Substance Abuse Prevention Month, and I think we have guests to do that proclamation.
Whereas on a continuum from experimental use to tragic fatal overdose, substance use by our youth is a complex reality. And while most of our youth do not use substances of abuse, for some, peer influences, social norms, their genetics, and other risk factors conspire to create a profile that makes it difficult for them to escape. According to the 2023 Issaquah School District Healthy Use Survey, 12th graders reported past 30-day use, or what is considered constant use, at the following rates. Past 30-day use of vaping products, 8%. Past 30-day use of alcohol, 13%. Past 30-day use of cannabis, 9%. And past 30-day use of alcohol while using cannabis, 3%. Whereas many of our young people do not develop the skills needed to productively manage adolescent development substance-free, substance use can and does negatively impact the development and potential of our youth to succeed. And substance use prevention has a greater impact than later intervention by changing a child's early life path away from solutions and towards positive behavior and productivity. And substance use prevention is an extremely cost-effective model in comparison to later high utilization interventions. A cost-benefit analysis by the National Institute for Drug Abuse in October 2021 indicates a savings anywhere from $13 to $26 for every $1 spent on effective school-based programming. And the benefits of increasing protective factors while reducing risk factors and engaging social emotional learning provides a universal benefit to all our youth. And by stopping drug use before it starts, we can prevent the disease of addiction and create stronger neighborhoods in our community. Now, therefore, we the Issaquah. Oh wait, that. Yeah.
What the resolution calls for. You can read it.
Oh, okay. Now, therefore, we the Issaquah School Board do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Substance Abuse Prevention Month in the Issaquah School District. We encourage all families, students, administrators, teachers, and staff to join us in promoting healthy choices by youth and to take part in preventing substance use among young people.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself and other people with you would like to introduce themselves?
Yes. Hi, I'm Kiana Graves, and I'm a junior at Gibson Neck High School.
My name is Elise Worka, and I am a sophomore at Gibson Neck.
My name is Anvesha Jade, and I am a junior at Skyline High School.
I'm Marnie Moraldo. I'm the Executive Director of Influence the Choice.
Laurel Graves, and I'm the Vice Chair at Influence the Choice.
Wonderful.
My fellow board members, on behalf of Influence the Choice and the entire community, I want to extend our heartfelt gratitude for your recognition of October as Substance Abuse Prevention Month. This proclamation highlights the critical importance of raising awareness and supporting efforts to prevent youth substance use in our city. Influence the Choice has proudly partnered with the district reducing and preventing youth use of alcohol, nicotine products, cannabis, and other drugs. Thanks to this partnership, we've seen a dramatic decrease in substance use among students in the district and connected with countless parents and caregivers, equipping them to have healthy, productive conversations with their children about the impact of substances on young, developing brains. We are deeply thankful for the ways Issaquah School District has supported our work. Your leadership not only brings attention to an issue that affects families and young people, but it also reinforces the commitment to creating a healthier, safer community for everyone. Together, we can continue to educate, support, and empower our youth to make positive choices. Thank you for being strong advocates for prevention.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate our partnership with Influence the Choice and are happy to have October 2024 be Substance Abuse Prevention Month with a proclamation. So with that, the next item on our agenda is public comment. This is an opportunity for public comment on items not already scheduled for discussion on the meeting. As a reminder, please make sure that you begin your comments by stating your name and your attendance area. In order to make sure we can hear everyone, we will limit comments to 2 minutes. And when the timer goes off, if you would wrap up, that would be great. So with that, the first person is Mike Thomas.
All right. Thanks for having me today. My name is Mike Thomas. My son goes to Issaquah Middle School, and I'm sure everyone's been aware of the videos that have gone online and kind of the culture that's brewing at the middle school right now. There's been a lot of violence going on there. A lot of videotaping of these things have been going on, and my son has been threatened to school. There's a lot of other kids that I know that I coach from youth sports have been threatened to school, and we're really getting to the point where we have an unsafe environment going on there. There's been lots of fights. I was there last week and saw a fight myself when I was picking my son up from school. I feel the need to leave work early every day to go watch my son leave the school. There's so many fights going on there. I've seen footage of kids getting beaten up by a group of children, which is totally unacceptable in my opinion. And it seems like my son comes home and tells me that everyone knows that there's no consequences for this at school. There's fights going on and the school is not dealing with these things correctly. Also, what happened this last week is my son was threatened and a kid told him that they were going to beat him up with some older kids. A teacher overheard this and school staff told me that they were going to suspend my child for being threatened to school. So didn't hear us out at all. My wife emailed the school. They said it was my son's fault and that he's going to be suspended if anyone talks about fights. So it's very frustrating that the school doesn't seem to be dealing with this issue at all. Lots of kids are anxious at school. There's a lot of tension at school. And it seems to me like the school should be dealing with the issue and dealing with these children that are not being dealt with properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jessica Johnson.
Hi, I'm Jessica Johnson. I also have a child at IMS. I also have a senior at Issaquah High School, and I'm also here to address the issue of violence at the middle school at IMS. I am not an educator. I joined the IMS PTSA board earlier this year as the party planner. I'm the party lady. I wanted to create fun events for our kids and for the staff. We've got Monster Mash Bingo tomorrow night. It's been a blast. And I found out through my work on the PTA board about this issue of pretty rampant violence at the middle school. And I feel strongly that if I were not on the board, I'd have no idea that the problem even existed. As a parent, that makes me really concerned because my kid, who's a great kid, I mean, all of our kids, they're great kids, right? We love them. We want to support them. They deserve a safe and secure learning environment. But you know, I wouldn't necessarily even know the questions to ask him to try to tease out these issues at school because they're so far outside of the realm of my comprehension of what he would experience at a school in Issaquah. We chose Issaquah for a reason because we thought that the schools were safe and that he would get an excellent education. And, you know, I just didn't expect that issues of drugs and rampant violence would be an issue. So it's surprising. And I think parents need to be made more aware. So I was really pleased to see that there was an article in the paper last week that shed light on the violence problem. But I just don't think that enough is being done about it. So I'm here today to express my concern as a parent, as a board member, and just hope that something can be done to equip the staff and the administration at Issaquah Middle School that is doing a fantastic job with more tools in their toolkit to help this problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Courtney Eldridge.
I'm old. I have to put my cheaters on. Okay. I'm scared to go to school every single day. In the spring of his 8th grade year, my son spoke in public comment to this board. All but 2 of you were on the board at that time. At the time, the former superintendent suggested it was perhaps just IMS's turn for elevated behaviors. Of his own accord, my 13-year-old son emailed the superintendent. It was Thiele at the time, and he requested a meeting. And I watched a very brave 13-year-old with one friend advocate for their school with the superintendent. It can't be this way next year. My little brother's coming here. That boy is now a junior and his little brother's an 8th grader at Issaquah Middle School. And publicly available data suggests it has not gotten better. It's getting worse. Other middle schools and ISD have data showing they are getting progressively better in the past 3 years. But unfortunately, the data we see with this Issaquah Middle School is saying it's getting worse. So what's missing? I'm not an employee. I'm a parent and I'm a PTA president, but I'm also a former teacher and former school board member. Maybe it's not what's missing, but it's what isn't working. Are the systems in place to best assure all students to feel safe emotionally and physically? No drugs and alcohol, no violence, foul language, slurs. My 16-year-old student was never offered drugs at school. He was also not ever shoved in the hall for no reason. He had bathroom doors. He wasn't afraid to go to the bathroom. My 8th grader has been offered drugs at school, does not go to the bathroom during the day, has seen in-person and recordings made of students violently fighting while at school. He schools me on new drugs the kids are taking while at school. Publicly available data is very clear. Being on the campus is not so clear. The IMS staff is incredible. They are hardworking and they are tireless. They are warriors in every sense of the word. I've been advocating for IMS for 4 years now, and now I'm asking, begging all of you to show the courage that 13-year-old boy showed.
Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Elliott.
My name is Elizabeth Elliott. My daughter is a 7th grader at IMS, and I'm an 8th grade teacher there. I'm here to support other parents as well as my students about the concern that these other parents have raised today. The IMS, as Courtney mentioned, has a significantly different population than the other schools in this district and needs some significantly different supports. Some of the things that we have discussed among us, the parents and the staff, are considerations such as second vice principal to support the additional needs in our school, as well as some support for more reasonable responses to these violent behaviors that are concerning our students, as well as the parents who are starting to become aware. School boundary maps also need to be reevaluated to make sure that our children are not being economically segregated in the Issaquah School District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any public input on Zoom about this
Yes,
topic?
please. Yes, please. I wasn't sure how to raise my hand. This is Layal Elias. I'm a concerned parent for a student at IMS as well. I +1 on all the comments. I don't want to repeat the same stories for the parents and the folks who made the comment. I'm personally very, very concerned of what I'm hearing. I consider the school as a safe place for my kids. I have a younger kid who's next year is going to be going to middle school, and I'm starting to consider what other options or other places to send if I should be considering sending my boys. The last thing that I wanted to hear or have conversations with my kids is drugs, alcohol usage, vaping, and exposing them to these topics. They're still young and innocent, and my middle schooler is now worried about going to the bathroom. He does not go to the bathroom all day, and I'm worried about his physical in addition to the mental thing. So I think this is something that it's a big concern. I ask for all the board to look into this, see how they can help the IMS staff and help all the students. Thank you for listening and giving us the opportunity to raise our concern.
I am controlling it and I'm muting her. Asking her to unmute. Okay. Looks like there's additional public comment. In order for you to provide public comment on Zoom, we need you to turn your video on. And then that way you can introduce yourself and provide your public input for items that are not on our agenda. We are ready.
Oh, can I start?
Please start.
Oh, my name's Echo Peacock. I have a student, two students at IMS. I have an 8th grader and a 6th grader there. My 6th grader daughter recently shared with me that she went to the bathroom during 7th period where she encountered 3 girls who were skipping class, hanging out in the bathroom. The 3 girls then tried to spray something in her face as she was leaving the bathroom. Thankfully, my daughter was able to make it out unharmed. When hearing this story, my 8th grade son told her not to use the bathroom at school because that's where the bad kids hang out and cause trouble. This is unacceptable. How am I supposed to trust that the school will keep my kids safe during an emergency when they can't even make it safe for my child to use the bathroom at school? For far too long, I and my children have watched as bad behavior goes unpunished at school. Unruly kids disrupt classroom learning for everyone. I recently attended the IMS PTA meeting, and half of the room was full of IMS staff that have had enough of the bad behavior. Currently, it seems that bad behavior is rewarded at IMS. The district needs to give our school the power and to appropriately handle and discipline the kids. Right now, kids are being taught they don't have to follow the rules, and that others must simply put up with their violence and disruption.
Thank you. Is there other public input?
Hi.
Yeah, hold on, just let me, I'm just gonna finish this if you don't mind. Okay, so Elaine, looks like you turned your video on. Is that you're ready to provide public input?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Just introduce yourself and attendance area, please.
Okay, so my name is Elaine. I have a 4th grader at Sunset and a 6th grader at IMS. And I speak tonight because of what's happening at the middle school. So just today, we got another message from the principal talking about inappropriate behaviors, language, running in hallways. On October 1st, he sent us a communication about several students being involved in a fight in front of the school. My kid didn't witness the fight. She was in cross country at that moment. But she could have been there and seen that, which is very disconcerting to me. So those are just a couple of examples on top of like what the other mom just said about kids being afraid of going to the bathroom. That's not okay. Kids should never be afraid of going to school, and parents should never be afraid of sending their kids to school. We all should feel safe. Like I ask, are all the resources being allocated accordingly to the needs of the current scenario of the school? Why is the middle school performance getting worse year after year? So what's happening there? What about reviewing the school boundary map so the population is better distributed and resources available at all schools are well put in use? IMS needs attention for sure, like we see all this data. Those are numbers that we need to look at. We need to make sure everyone gets access to the resources they need so they can level up their learning. Please listen to the school. Please listen to the reports that the staff and the teachers are filing. Listen to us parents who are very concerned that something worse can happen anytime at the middle school. And that's going to move on to the high school at some point, because whatever is happening at the middle school is going to go to the high school at some point. And then we're going to be dealing with older kids. So whatever we can do now, it's better. So I ask for attention for this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like there's another public input on Zoom, and I asked you to turn on your video. If you would introduce yourself and your attendance area, please.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Jana Jawani, and my kids, I've got a 7th and 8th grader at Issaquah Middle School. My current 8th grader was in 6th grade at Issaquah Middle School, and we pulled both kids out last year due to the violence that we saw in her 6th grade year. My final straw was when the resource officer was put into she was hospitalized by being attacked by the students. And those students were back in school 3 days later, rather than being expelled. It was highly disappointing. My understanding was that a lot of the kids who were causing this chaos had been put in different schools this last year. So we brought our kids back this year. And the increase in frequency and the level of violence is shocking to me. It is so much worse this year than it was 2 years ago. And it's frightening to me. I've got kids who are making good choices, but they are in class with kids who are dealing drugs. They're in class with kids who are planning fights either at school or at the community center. They're hearing these things. When I brought this up at one of the to the school, actually at the last IMS PTA meeting, the teachers were there, and it was brought to my attention that if a kid reports anonymously, then the school is unable to take action. And if they report with their name, my kids are afraid of being a retaliation. And when I said that at the meeting, there were about 10 teachers that shook their heads and said they will be beat up in return, which is not an environment I want my kids in. I'd like to know what the district is going to do to keep our kids safe. What I heard loud and clear in that meeting was teachers are asking for another vice president. They're asking for another counselor, and they're asking just for more bodies on the ground.
Thank you. Is there any other public input on Zoom regarding this topic? Okay. Did you just make sure you introduce yourself and your attendance area, please?
Thank you. My name is Peter Mitchell. My daughter is at Issaquah Middle School. We're new residents of Issaquah. We moved here from Seattle. My daughter was going to Robert Eaglestaff School, big school, similarly, though statistically similar, about the same number of kids, 30% low income at Robert Eaglestaff School. Issaquah Middle School, tale of two schools, similar, 27% low income, and about the same percentage of excluded students for disruptive behavior. But there's a major difference going on here, folks. Robert Eaglestaff, about $20,000 per student of funding, whereas Issaquah Middle School, about $17,000. And our experience between these two schools is remarkable. Big, scary, spooky Seattle, you know, much better, right? Like they had after school dances, they had a camp out, they had overnight, you know, like sleepover at the school. And yeah, there was some disruptive kids, but the at-risk population had the resources. The resources were there to staff up to handle these at-risk kids. This is not happening at Issaquah Middle School. And I'm looking at some of the other numbers here, Pacific Crest, Cougar Mountain, Beaver Lake, Pine Lake. They're all getting the same amount of money, but way lower amount of low-income students there, you know? Beaver Lake, 10%, Cougar Mountain, 13%, Pacific Crest, 10% low income. Issaquah Middle School is at 30%. So shouldn't we be funding that better so that that at-risk population is properly addressed and we have a safer school and we can get back to, you know, Seattle-style schools, right? Didn't see that coming. All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Is there any other public input in the room that's not on any items on our agenda tonight? Any other public input on Zoom for items not on our agenda tonight? Okay, so we are going to close that at this time. And our next item on our agenda is approval of consent agenda.
I move the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the approval of the consent agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Establishment of the regular agenda. Is there any changes, Superintendent?
There are no changes to the agenda. However, I want to note that we did list a PowerPoint under the item for board policy update third read. That was a result of the listening session. So it came after the advance notice came out, but we did note list that after the fact.
Thank you. So first item on our regular agenda is works in progress. Superintendent.
Great, thank you. A lot of the works in progress actually will be handled in a couple of subsequent agenda items because one of the biggest topics has been certainly the work that's underway to provide information on the 2024 school modernization and construction bond on the ballot on November 5th. But a couple of things I do want to share as well, and that this month itself is also Disability Awareness Month. And this is an important time for our community to increase understanding, respect, and inclusion of individuals with disabilities. Our schools are committed to fostering an environment where schools can thrive regardless of ability. Our school proudly serves students ages 3 to 22 through supporting individual needs through special services and Section 504 supports. Our special services teachers, general education teachers, educational support specialists, and all the paraprofessionals work together to support our students and their families. And we're proud to continue to work to ensure that our efforts on inclusion and having peer learning environments are going to be continued to be fostered and supported. Related to this, our special services, family and community partnerships activities for the 2025 school year are underway. And I have shared some of these engagement opportunities in the past, and I want to highlight a couple of them that are coming up. So on behalf of Shireen Carver and our special services colleagues, I'd like to highlight a couple of these upcoming events that team members will be leading and that are in partnership with the community. So coming up very shortly on October 26th, the Special Services Department is hosting a fall family engagement and parent training event for early learning families focused on topics that help our youngest learners get ready to go to school. So the routines that they need to be ready to go to school. And then on October 29th, the Special Services Department will continue its student advisory with the first meeting of the school year, focusing on student-led advocacy projects. On October 30th, the Special Services Department is hosting a presentation for parents, caregivers of students with disabilities on the topic of financial strategies and estate planning. And that's going to be in partnership with financial supports and experts in the field. And then on November 1st, the department is hosting its first of several informal family parent events called Donuts with Directors. And then on November 14th, the department will continue the Special Services Family and Community Partnership Committee with a focus on finalizing some details for a handbook to support caregivers on IEPs and 504s. So that's in partnership with our Family and Community Partnership team as well. So those are just some highlights that are coming up to support our students and families with needs in this area. And then I do want to note that there's another important event coming out with the Issaquah Schools Foundation, and the Schools Foundation does invite all parents and caregivers to join them and several members of our team here at the district on Thursday, November 7th for a deeper dive into how donations to the ISF are used to help address the growing challenge of meeting basic needs across the district for our students and families. And so you'll hear from myself and many other colleagues as we highlight the growing financial challenges that are faced by so many in our district, and how by donating to the Schools Foundation in partnership with our school district, we can help support meeting those needs. So it's a great opportunity for anyone to get a closer look, and donors specifically, into the positive impact that we can have collectively. That's going to be here actually in this boardroom, November 7th from 6 to 7 p.m. And I will hold for the next topic, for some bond updates, but those are the big things that are happening right now.
Thank you. Any questions, Superintendent? No. Thank you for those updates. Next item on our agenda is bond update.
Great, thank you. So as the community is aware, through our weekly and routine communication channels of the ISD Weekly Bulletin, we've been able to publish all of the longer videos that go into more detail about each of the 4 priority bucket areas that comprise the bond. And we are also continuing to share other information by social media, and there are a couple of short videos that are coming forward from our community colleagues, especially those at Timber Ridge, that are co-located next to Cougar Mountain Middle School, which is one of our most recent builds, and really just wonderful stories about watching that building be built, and then seeing and partnering as neighbors, the shared kind of location that it is on your way up to Talus, but specifically the joy of hearing students and being able to contribute and partner and volunteer even. So some really great stuff coming out from that as well. And with that, I'll pass it over to Martin Turney and with Tom Mullen's support.
Thank you. So I just wanted to point out a couple things. We did have an information night on Monday, 21st at IMS. So that was a nice time to share information. I did check on the King County Elections website. About 11,400 ballots have been received so far. It's about 15% of the registered voters. So I thought that was interesting. So I'd throw that out there. And then also one other thing that's been added to the kind of common questions or main site is a link to the King County Assessor's website where folks can check the estimated tax impact. If they put in their address, they can get that information right there. So there's a link to it again on the website. Thank you.
Any questions, reflections on that topic before we move on to capital projects? Okay. Thank you for your team and all of the information you're getting out and all of that work that has gone in and continues to go into it. And I'm looking forward to the next video. So appreciate it. Okay, next topic is capital projects update.
Tom Mullins, Director of Capital Projects. Quick capital projects update. Continuing work on the 2018 levy and trying to folks to get those projects done. I'll do a couple touches on the 22 critical repairs of the newer projects we have, and then a couple little other items the capital projects department is working on. The 22 levy projects that were added that we're focusing on right now, still working through programming for the early learning center options for the south end, looking at some options for land for transportation, and the vestibules are coming along nicely. We had another meeting out at the sites yesterday to walk through, talk a little more with the staff and principals, and a design meeting today where I think we're narrowed in pretty good on what we're doing. And then the fire alarm systems are moving along nicely. I think our first package of 3 goes out, or actually 2 packages of 3 each. So 6 sites will go out on sometime early November. I think it's the 5th. So those are moving along nicely. And then we're just continuing to finish up our work for the freeze damage with the risk management pool to get that reimbursement taken care of. And then all hands on deck answering questions and providing information related to the bond. Any questions?
Yes.
I was going to add, can you go back to that slide just before? Thank you. I think it's really important that we continue to say that I want to appreciate you, Tom, and with Martin's support and the whole team for being able to continue to provide these monthly updates, because it just shows our commitment and accountability to taxpayer dollars for all of the projects that are underway, and hopefully continue to inspire confidence in our team to be able to, manage large projects as we continue to go forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Mullins.
Thank you. So the next, I think it's the next slide, which is the timeline. I love a timeline.
Yep.
I guess the thing just sitting here looking at those that I'm wondering about is the construction timeline, which for each high school all fall within the school year.
Yep.
And so I know you said you're meeting with each building. I'm curious about, I guess, disruption in that time frame or potential for disruption.
Yeah. What we did is I started out backing in from the start of the school year back and giving us 4 or 5 months to construct. That would only occur if the work would be minor enough that we wouldn't disrupt. Maybe it has to deal with just getting materials ordered, but it's more or less that, once that contract is let, that's kind of for us when construction starts, be a lot of submittals, a lot of ordering of materials, and hit the ground running there shortly probably before school gets out with a little disruption, so we can make sure we get those all finished up before the school year starts.
Okay, thank you. Super
Yeah.
helpful.
Yep.
In that work that you're doing right now, because you're just wrapping up the design phase, do you anticipate any glitches with the permitting from any respective city or
Nope.
county?
City of Sammamish communicated with them from our initial conversations. They understand what we're doing and are very committed to making the process as less rigorous as possible. But they're aware. King County, actually, we have a contact with King County now, which we haven't had a good one for years, is on board, and City of Issaquah is aware of it, and they just said, you know, it looks like what you're doing is a pretty straightforward, what they call a TI, which is a tenant improvement. So hopefully that's easy. But the proof's in the pudding when we put them in and we get that first round of comments back. So.
Perfect. Other questions? Get off easy tonight. Thank you for all your work that you're doing.
Yep.
Above and beyond. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is monitoring report operational expectation 13 facilities.
I move the board accept the internal annual monitoring report for OE 13 facilities as presented.
Second.
Superintendent.
I'm excited to have our team share some highlights in this report. Specifically, there are some great things that we're doing to continue to offer access to our communities, but also just the good work that we're doing to maintain a level of customer service, right, to our schools and to our families. So we're continuing to increase our effectiveness with that, and also, look forward to the discussion from the board and questions that you ask.
Okay. Thank you. I will run through some highlights in each one of these. So starting with 13.1, the facilities tracks the preventative maintenance and work order status, and I'll report that completed 93.8% of the work orders and 24.6% more than last year. So working hard in that aspect. Grounds folks, as a reminder, have to cover 542 acres in the district. So there's a lot that they do on a daily basis. Our vehicle maintenance, 10 mechanics working on 3,600 work orders during the year, 171 buses driving 1.3 million miles. So I like to point that out because they do tremendous work there. And the inspections, both the winter and the summer, come in at 100%. So kudos to them for their excellent work there as well. Moving to 13.2. This one we can point out 2023 facility assessments for all buildings. That gave us some of that information for the bond as well, the 6-year priority items. And we also obviously collected some long-term facility information that we can use in the future. So that will be fruitful for us going forward. 13.3 facility use guidelines. We have those on our website, and we believe that we're in compliance there as far as making sure that we have those in good order and up to date. 13.4, will not build or renovate without board approval. We included an example with the transportation HVAC upgrade project. It was brought before the board. And also just a reminder that we are including our project status on the monthly budget status reports under the construction area. We have not named or renamed schools or mascots, so that one's an easy no there. 13.6, will not recommend land acquisition without our due diligence. However, we are still working. Obviously, there was some repurposing of funds for early learning center and transportation, so we're in the early stages of looking at that possibility, and we will bring it to you when the time is appropriate. 13.7. Will not authorize construction schedules and change orders that significantly increase costs or reduce quality without board approval. All major construction scheduling changes were presented to the board. All change orders presented to the board. Again, additional information and increased transparency through our budget status reports, construction website, our project status sheets. So we wanted to point that out. And 13.8 will not allow facilities to be unclean, unsanitary, or unsafe. Just a reminder, we follow the State Department of Health guidance regarding infectious disease prevention. We are unaware of any violations of cleanliness, sanitary, or safety standards. Facilities Department conducts ongoing custodial building inspections and maintains a rating dashboard for cleanliness. And we derive our custodial staffing by building from the U.S. Department of Education benchmarks. So we feel like we have adequate coverage at our buildings to make sure that we're doing what we need to do. And our custodial staff does an excellent job every day. And we're really proud of them. And 13.9 will not unreasonably deny the public's access, use of facilities. A couple things to point out here. We began with part-time theater managers reinstated the previous year, this monitoring year. We did kind of give a little look forward. We were able to adjust those to full-time and increase access to our theaters to the public by having full-time theater managers starting in October of this year in 24. So that's a positive. We have begun, I believe, the year before with this utilization report. So we are up 5% from the previous year on our utilization of the facilities by outside groups. This does include night and weekend use during the school year. Some groups now, just because we have our process in place and our application, as you can see, with a lot of usage here, sometimes we run out of space, and that's largely due to we don't have lights at certain middle schools, things like this, and additional facilities would help us with community use space. One example being we have some sports clubs, soccer clubs that are looking for space, and sometimes if they don't have the amount of district students in their club, then they are at a lower classification, which means it's just that much harder if we have the internal groups or the groups with larger percentage of students on them looking for space. So high rate of utilization, but unfortunately we can't serve everyone, even though we really would hope to. So that rounds out my highlights, and happy to take questions.
So I think first I will pause to say, is there any public input on operational expectation 13, 15, 13? Any on Zoom? Seeing none, want to open up for board reflections and questions? Yeah, then Director Taylor. Oh.
I guess a question, thank you for reviewing this with us. A question on 13.9, I guess it also tied back to 13.3 too, but I think 13.9 more specifically, and it's great to see that the utilization percentage is as high as it is, and I can imagine we probably do have to turn people away. I'm assuming kind of we're back to those pre-pandemic levels with utilization. Was it prior to the pandemic? Was it right around that level too?
I couldn't tell you. It was certainly back in. Do you have that number?
Jason Morris, Exec Director of Operations. I don't have the pre-pandemic number in front of me. Obviously, during the pandemic, we were really shut down.
Sure.
I would guess that it's higher, just because we're higher year over year. I could definitely.
It's okay. I mean, I'm not sure it could be much higher, really. I mean, we're so high. So no, I don't need the number. I guess I'm just thinking out loud, because I think one of the things that I think we heard during the pandemic, and I think after it, was that the ability to utilize our school buildings and property. And so it's great to see that this is back up again. And my assumption is, given it's as high as it is, it's got to be back to what it was.
One piece to add to that, Director Coyne, is shortly after / during, depending on when you draw the line for the pandemic, we did open Cougar Mountain Middle School, which brought to us 2 more indoor gym facilities and a field. And so more likely than not, those numbers would be higher just because we have another school that we utilize for that space. So.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Just a couple reflections, really, more than anything. First of all, I just wanted to point out for our community the great vehicle safety record for the district, 100% compliance with state standards. over the last two periods, winter and summer, for all of us parents who are putting kids on buses every morning. That's a really great peace of mind. So I just wanted to point that out. Thought that was great. And then just a general comment, again, the information the district is providing now on to the public about project status is really been a great success in my mind, as we are out having conversations with the bond, about the bond, how money is going to be spent on facilities moving forward, projects. It's great to be able to point to that as a resource for people moving forward. So if the bond should pass and we are, constructing new buildings and working on all the things that need to be worked on, that the public will have that information in front of them. I think it's just really great indicator of fiscal responsibility, transparency, all those things. So just kudos for both of those points.
Director Meraldo.
Just really quickly, under 13.2, it talks about the 5-year plan as part of your, I have to have it in front of me, part of the interpretation. And I'm wondering, we already have that. That's the capital projects plan. And so we have it on the website. So I'm wondering, just if possible in the future, if there can be a link to it so people can see that
Great. Yeah.
capital projects plan. So we say it's there, so it'd be great to link it to the public.
I'm sure that we can put that link embedded before we actually memorialize this onto our website.
Perfect.
We'll add that.
Do you have the little sheet?
I don't have my sheet.
Okay. So we'll pause right now before Director Mullins, I'm sorry. I did not ask for the student report, and I apologize for that. So, Mr. Turner, you need to share the dais with our student report. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Aditi. I'm the student rep from Liberty High School. Thank you for this opportunity to present my report on OE 13. So I just want to go through the highlights of this. So I collected survey data for 1 week between October 9th and October 16th, and I received a total of 201 responses from a total of about 1,500 students at Liberty High School. And so just kind of going over the highlights of this, I asked about the main facilities like bathrooms, water fountains, and space in the classrooms. Overall, for bathrooms, I received very positive feedback that students felt like they were well maintained, that they were safe to use at Liberty. For the water fountains, many respondents, 32.3% of respondents stayed neutral on that topic. They didn't have a strong opinion as to whether, they were safe, clean, or not, because they just had not used the water fountains. And then as for the space in the classrooms, the majority of students, so that was 56.8% of students, thought there was enough space in the classroom. But a good chunk of students, 30%, responded neutrally on that front. And then I asked another set of questions to students that were, I guess, more directly impacted by certain facilities. So students that had used the bus were prompted with more questions on, the safety of the bus lanes and such. And so 53% of respondents reported that they did ride the bus, out of which 86% felt that the bus lanes were organized and safe, and another 84% felt that the buses were clean and well maintained. So generally, students appreciate the bus drivers and the work that they do to make sure that students are safe as they ride to and from school. As for the parking lots, so this is the one section that I did receive quite a bit of negative feedback, as you, I'm sure, can imagine. So 45% of the respondents reported that they did use the parking lots. However, a good majority of students, so 70% of students, said that there were not enough parking spaces. And I know from personal experience, for talking to peers, that several students did not get parking spaces at Liberty. The way that we do it is we have a lottery system. And so students that are lucky, they're typically upperclassmen, will get the parking spots, and students that are unlucky will just not get a parking spot. And that's tough for some students. And so that was elaborated more on in the open-ended question. And then the other main, I guess, facility that I asked about was the sports equipments and sports fields. And again, that received very positive feedback. The last question, as I referred to earlier, was the open-ended question. And I specifically referred to the bond in this question, asking students if they had any thoughts, comments, concerns, questions on the bond. And overall, I received the response that students were in support of the idea of the bond, but they didn't actually know what the actual investment would be for Liberty. Like they didn't understand the return on investment that they would get for supporting a bond for Liberty in particular. So I think some communication and education on that front would be really helpful. And then students, of course, use the open-ended question as a space to reflect on other thoughts regarding facilities. So just again, reiterating that they feel that there are not enough parking spaces. Some of the bathrooms should be opened, and that was the main feedback that I received there. So those are the highlights from my report, and I'm going to pass it to Hava for the Gibson Neck report.
Thank you.
I'm Hava Alcorn. I'm a 401 and the senior representative for Gibson Neck. Like Aditi, I'm reporting on facilities. This was open for about a week, and it garnered 81 responses, which amounts to between 42 and 45% of the Gibson Neck population. So I began with a few statements for students to rate on a Likert scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree. The first was bathrooms at Gibson Neck are maintained well. 45.7% agreed, and 32.1% strongly agreed. So generally, students think that bathrooms at Gibson Neck are maintained well. Though there is some room for improvement, it would have been helpful to know which bathrooms specifically they most often used and why those answered negatively felt they were not maintained well, because our upper campus bathrooms are actually attached to the elementary school campus. The second was water fountains at Gibson Neck are clean and usable. 38.3% of respondents answered agree, and 28.4% answered neutrally. And like Aditi, with the next question too, it seemed that most students were neutral because they didn't use the water fountains. The next highlight is question 4. Do you ride the bus to or from school? And 53% or 44 students responded yes or sometimes. So they answered questions 5 and 6. 100% of the students who ride the bus felt that the bus drop-off was organized and safe. And yes. Okay, sorry. 98% felt that the buses were clean and well maintained. Like Aditi, I also asked a question about parking spaces. And 85% of students responded no, that they do not have a parking space, and 15% responded yes. It would have been helpful to ask if they drive themselves to school or would drive themselves to school. That might have made the data more meaningful. The 12 students who did have a parking space said that they did think that the parking lot was secure and well maintained, but 85% of them felt that there were not enough parking spaces at Gibson Neck. We do have to take into consideration that we share our parking lot with ACT or the ACT staff parking and our own staff parking. So there are 26 student parking spaces, but with a graduating class of 56 students, it's still not quite enough. So the second to last question is, do you play sports at another high school? 8 students said that they did. And to put the question in context, I asked them which school that they play at. 38% responded that they play at Liberty, 38 at Issaquah, and 25% play at Skyline. 88% of the students felt that the sports facilities at their home school were well maintained. And one student answered that they did not feel that, and that student was at Skyline. But the students who said that they did feel that it was maintained well were from Issaquah, Liberty, and Skyline. And then for the open-ended question at the end about the bond, asking for any questions or thoughts or comments, there were a few main ideas. A lot of students commented on the desire to have an equipped science lab at Gibson Neck, and improved hot water in our bathrooms and our kitchen. They also commented on the fact that they felt like they would have liked to have more input on the updates and changes that they felt would have been valuable to Gibson Neck. But generally, students are extremely supportive of the bond and its purpose.
Thank you. Sorry, Director Mullins.
That's such a good question.
I'm so sorry.
It's the last section. 13.9. So my question is that the data that's here, if I'm reading the third bullet correctly, is basically school year data. Do we have procedure, I guess, for community rental summer? Do we differ in maybe what things we may offer? Just thinking about some of the requests we've had from like the city, some of our city partners on things that they have asked for, maybe that would be inside of buildings that we may not have students in.
Sure. So during the summertime, we do open our buildings to outside users. We have a number of in-district programs too. So we'll have summer school programming typically at Issaquah High School. We'll have this year, or well, last summer, we had elementary summer school programming at Sunset Elementary School. We do run our before and after school care clubs, summer camps, typically at 3 or 4 schools around the district. But then we do rent out our facilities to Issaquah Parks and Rec for various summer camps. The city did they had several camps. They actually expanded their offerings this year, and we were able to accommodate them. So they used both Issaquah Middle School and Cougar Mountain Middle School for some of their day camps. They also used Clark Elementary for a kinder camp. And then they tried to kick off a bilingual program camp as well. So they expanded their offerings, and we were able to host them. We also have sometimes various weekend events. Typically in the summertime, June, we have baseball or fast pitch. Those events typically those happen generally more on the weekends, but we do open our fields during that time, yes.
Thank you.
I have questions about this one too. You probably don't have quantitative data on this, but I would love to know, with utilization so high, like how often are people not getting their requests to use space honored in a high qualitative basis, since I doubt you like have a tick mark for me. And then like what are those instances in general, the themes of what groups are not getting access?
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have hard and fast data. We're looking at some new scheduling software that perhaps in the future our data picture will be a little more clear. And that software will, I believe, also increase our out-facing presence. So that's something that we're dipping our toe into as far as looking at software right now. Typically speaking, the groups that are hardest for us to schedule tend to be as we work down the classification list. So for example, Class 3 user groups, depending on the sports season, can oftentimes be more challenging for us. And the reasoning is it's kind of a good news, bad news situation. We have increased, thank you to Jordan Frost, Sherry Cox, our high school programs and middle school programs, outdoor offerings such as boys soccer in the fall. We have some of our high school teams now have 2C teams. So good news, we've increased opportunities, or my colleagues have increased opportunities for students inside our schools. That's put some more pressure on our field space because the high school team isn't able to come down and use the middle school field early in the day because the middle school has soccer kids on it now. So that kind of backs everybody up. Our next priority is our classification 2, which consists of 75% or more students in the Issaquah school district. So we classify those students, which in my mind's eye makes sense because those are the folks that are supporting the bonds and levies that help pay for those fields. The classification 3, when you're below that 75% threshold, that's tough because again, it's a good news, bad news. Our kids' sports programs are robust. And by the time we satisfy the criterion 2 users, there's oftentimes less available for class 3. My staff has been doing some outreach to folks that have contacted us, and we're trying to squeeze them in wherever we are. Or have space openings. We do that for 2s too. For example, just this week, a couple high school events, practices got canceled, and we got on the phone with our users and called them up and said, we got an opening, do you want 3 more hours? So we're trying to fill that space in a proactive stance, but sometimes we just run out of schools, and having more fields with lights would benefit us as far as having more space and opportunity. So, you know, I don't see that we have a huge list, but even one of the things that's hard for a class 3 team is if they can't get it consistently. If you've been a coach, you understand that having it one Monday a month is not the same as every Monday where I can actually do my work. So they end up using our facility sometimes and maybe Renton School District or a park. So more fields would open us up.
And then just following up on this, do you have a sense on like how much more space you would need? I mean, meaning if like the high school fields and now the lighted middle school fields, like would that serve that, number one? And then number 2, for all of this you have listed done, like I've heard comments and commentary where, hey, we had this reservation and then it got canceled at the last minute, or the janitor didn't show up. Like how many hours or how many events a year is that happening? You know, it's hard to know what anecdotes are, you know, what reality is.
Yeah. I can do a much better job explaining with some anecdotes of kind of some examples as to where those unfortunate opportunities happen. So in working with Jordan Frost, in our athletic department, the Refs Association confirms their events week of. So referee availability can oftentimes beget changes in field location. Or a good example would be, I can ref that game, but you got to bring the JV game to that same field right after because I can't travel from Issaquah to Redmond. So a change like that takes place in order to have our game work on a referee basis, and then that blocks the field out for the rest of the night. And because that's typically a week of notification with our referees, we end up in a very unfortunate situation to call one of our renter teams and say, hey, sorry, Thursday night, we have to remove your reservation. Exceedingly frustrating for our customer, I agree. But that's an example of how sometimes those last minute changes happen. We proactively reach out to our school buildings in early spring and encourage them to calendar their events at least a year ahead of time. So for example, curriculum night at a middle school pretty much is a no-go for field rental because of the parking. And so we try to get, band concerts, choir concerts, we try to get those on as early as possible to mitigate the unfortunate cancelizations. But those do happen for various reasons. Sometimes a league could change a game on us. Hey, some neighboring districts' lights don't work on their field. Issaquah, can you pick up the game? And we do, but then we have to bump somebody. So as far as facilities, we have local class 2 teams. So they're more than 75% Issaquah kids. Typically, these are your like elementary through 8th grade, like youth football, youth lacrosse. We have teams that are using City of Issaquah facilities. So like Central Park. and they would love to use our school facilities if we had more. So to answer the question, would adding the lights and more fields help? Absolutely. Would it completely scratch the itch of demand for gyms and fields? Probably not. Just because fields are at a premium, and if you've had kids in any sport outside. Now, obviously, we want to strike the balance. We don't want to have fields that are unused, but adding those fields will only help us. Thank you for that.
Dr. Coyne.
A lot of this has been answered. I was just kind of curious in terms of the relocation of when the requests come through. I'm assuming a lot of the corridor schools probably get most of the requests. And I guess the question being, if you requested a specific school and you're bumped, are you bumped within a certain radius of the request? How does that work?
We go by classification.
Okay.
And there are times when teams will definitely request, like say Maywood Middle School. And if we can't accommodate, but we have another field available, we offer the other field. So there are many occasions where, you may not get Maywood, but I can give you Cougar Mountain, or vice versa. Sometimes that happens with high schools too. You can't have Skyline, but I can sure get you Pine Lake. So we try our best to kind of move people where we can. Now we do have programs, and we try to kind of keep them feeder pattern based. So your Skyline Youth Football, your Issaquah Youth Football, and your Liberty Youth Football, they kind of run in the feeder pattern, but we try to accommodate and squeeze people in wherever we can. And then Issaquah Parks and Rec, they use our facilities a significant amount, particularly during the winter.
And that was actually one additional question I had on Issaquah Parks and Rec. I'm assuming, are they only using City of Issaquah schools, or because they're servicing all kids in the district, or at least most of the persons in the district, can they not use the Sammamish school, or is it
they use other schools?
Okay.
And we have an interlocal agreement with them that basically says, as long as there's not another conflict, Issaquah Parks and Rec can access those schools. They're probably our biggest renter during the winter months. They have so many programs, and they access elementary, middle, probably more because our high schools are full with our own kids.
Well, that's helpful, because maybe just I guess I had always made the assumption, because it was Issaquah Parks and Rec, and when my kids were in sports through those programs, they always appeared to be in just the Issaquah school. So I was always curious. Maybe just was with the time when my kids were in it, I guess.
Yeah, they'll use Newcastle Elementary, some of our plateau schools as well.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's good.
Great question. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Milo.
Is it on? Oh, okay. Hi. I'm Milo. I'm one of the reps, and I wanted to add, because I have firsthand experience. I actually worked at the elementary over the summer doing one of the summer camp. So I worked at kinder camp, and last year and this year I worked doing the reffing. So I will go to a bunch of the different middle schools and use their gym facilities to play basketball, ref basketball. Got these little kids all the way up to like 6th grade using the facilities, and they do that from like October all through January. And that's like pretty much weekly for a while. And then over the summer, we'd use it Monday through Friday. Like actually being in the building, I did preschool. So there were little kindergartners walking around the elementary, Clark Elementary. And I don't know if you guys were aware, but last year we used a different building. We didn't have access to a school. And so we used a different building. Imagine 60 3 to 5-year-olds all running around in a small little box. And then we had to take them out into like public parks. Just imagine 60 kindergartens running around, public park, public everywhere, all the people. So it was really, really amazing. And I do know that they're planning to continue going back. But having Clark Elementary last year, where we had a secure campus where we could let the kids out onto the Clark playground, was such a game changer. We were front hand to some like event canceling, because during like the last month of summer, they had a like clothing drive, which was amazing, but they did have to kick us out of like one of the building for a little bit. And we went to like a different elementary, or I think that was the middle school. They went to a different middle school. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Was there any other student to this? Any more board input? Okay, so we're getting close to the student advisory vote. So I will just, as you guys get that prepared for us to show us, I would say a couple of reflections. One, we were just all on the Skyline campus 2 nights ago, and it was again just as busy. Where we were in the library, the theater was being used, all the field space was being used. So we see this and live this. And then a shout out to Jordan Frost. I came from Pine Lake from after school with watching a volleyball game, and it's so joyful to see boys soccer playing. So I know that's been a really popular addition to the middle school. And it just, all this shows of all the importance of all the co-curricular things that the district does on top of all the academic things to really enrich the student experience. And all this works together to really focus on trying to create a really great student experience for the whole child. So I know it's a lot, and I know we're asking you guys to do ever increasing amounts of things. And I know if, like, girls like football starts for the first time in just 3 weeks, and it's going to be crazy and exciting and more taking up more field space that the community can't have. But that you're always looking to embrace new opportunities for our students is really great. So thank you for that. With that, I think we would love to see the student advisory vote. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, we have 7. Okay, just trying to go. Thank you. Okay, we have that. And now if there's no further discussion, we are ready for our vote. All those in favor of monitoring report operational expectation 13 facilities, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you, Superintendent.
Congratulations on your first advisory board.
Yes. And I'll just say, we're just easing into this. So we were right now tonight, we're going to do the operational expectations, and we'll eventually probably get to most of the agenda. But right now we're going to start on this, and we're going to ease our way into it for your sake and our sake, in case there's any technological glitches. So thank you for allowing us that grace. So the next item on our agenda is monitoring report operational expectation 15, technology.
I move the board accept the internal annual monitoring report for OE 15 technology as presented.
Second.
Superintendent.
Great. So we have 3 team members here to help support the presentation of this annual monitoring report. And I think the one thing I'll frame is that this truly is a large scale effort to do technology. Not only is technology used for our staff to do our work, but also our students to learn and our teachers to teach. So when I think about the sort of large amount of information here, it also reflects the sort of dispersed efforts of many people working together. And so I do think that we have increased our efforts, and I know we plan to increase the use of technology to enable seamless integration of learning and teaching, but also in terms of making our work more efficient so we can make sure our dollars and best use of human insight and teaching and learning is for classrooms specifically. So I just want to say that out loud, and we know we need to continue to improve. We're the backdrop of companies like Microsoft and other major tech companies. So we should be leveraging and taking advantage fully of all the opportunities available to us. And we're looking forward to sharing more with you on that sometime in the future. But for now, we're going to talk about what happened a year ago in this report. So thank you, and I'll turn over to Rich.
Yeah, Rich Mellish, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning Services. Thank you for taking the time to read this report ahead of time. I thought the only introduction I really wanted to give was a quick review of the chronology, because it's always a dynamic, growing process in our journey to constantly integrate and upgrade technology. So if I go back to the fall of 2021, we were coming out of a very dynamic change in the use of technology. And that year were building a new tech levy, and we were re-envisioning where we could be. And in that year, we piloted in our middle schools a 1-to-1 pilot. That was largely bring your own device, augmented with district laptops. We used that experience, that pilot, to then form our vision and plan, the technology plan that's referenced in here. In the fall of 2022, knowing that we had passed a levy, we used the prior levy resources. So we hadn't been collecting on the new levy yet. We used our existing resources to expand the one-to-one through high school using all district technology. That did include some legacy technology that has since been retired. And it wasn't until the year that we're monitoring now that we were having a one-to-one program that was fully supported by the new levy. So I want to thank our community for the levy resources. It makes a huge difference when you have this infusion of new technology, updated machines, and the ability to update and keep on top of the constant changes with technology. So thank you to our community. And I would like to just kind of close my comments there because we can get to the questions and answers. And I don't know if we have other reports as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great segue to let's have our student reports first, then we'll do public input, then we'll do board reflections.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Naomi Wu. I am the second-year student representative from Issaquah High School, and I have my report on Operational Expectation 15 on technology. This report was based off of data that I collected from a survey sent through Microsoft Forms sent out to Issaquah High School students via Canvas Global Announcements, and it was open for about a week from October 10th through October 15th. So my survey collected about 356 responses out of a total of about 2,500 students. So this was an improvement from last year, from the last survey I conducted, which was pretty impressive, I thought. And so my report is just gonna go through a few of the questions that stood out to me from the survey and the responses. So the first question that in my report that I wanted to go over was asking students to what extent was the new Issaquah School District phone policy impacted your life as a student. I wanted to focus on this because the new phone policy is something that's been impacting students within Issaquah High School since the beginning of this year, and it's something new and it's on the mind for a lot of students. So I asked students how it impacted their life. Basically, the new policy requires that students not have their phones out in the classroom at all. To have your phone out or to be openly using it in class would result in a teacher giving you a warning. You can get up to 2 referrals, and then you're supposed to be sent to a lunch detention. So this is new compared to last year, where the policy was more flexible, where students were simply given a warning to put their phones away and maybe have their phones taken away from them during the class period or till the end of the school day. And the question that I asked students, how has this affected you? It gathered a wide array of responses. The majority reported that the new phone policy in IJUST has caused some noticeable changes. Because the prompt was very subjective, I included a free response section for those that said that there were changes. So that led to question 5. How has the new phone policy affected your life? In what way have things changed? And this was a free response section. So I gathered 281 responses out of the total 356 total respondents. And a lot of the responses to this section were mixed as well. Some 2 major themes that I noticed were about class structures. Several students stated that the phone ban has changed the way that their classes function and are structured. Some examples that stood out to me are PE classes, ASB, yearbook, art classes, and classes that typically use Game Kits or Kahoots as a learning tool. For PE, one of the responses and examples that I received was for the mile run and for tracking hikes. PE classes in the past have used students' phones in an app called Strava in order to track students' runs on the miles so they can track their distance and time in real time. And those would be submitted for assignments. Because phones are no longer allowed to be used in classes, this is now more difficult. I'm not sure exactly what tools they're using now to track distance and times, but that is a change that's happened this year. As for ASB and yearbook, there have been more difficulties with communication between class periods and with people outside of the classes. For art classes, finding references using the internet is more difficult. And for classes that are using Game Kits and Kahoots, it's also more difficult because students can't use their phones. However, these things can be, however, these classes can use their laptops for these things. It just makes it a little bit more inconvenient for some students. Many students also mentioned not being able to scan and turn in assignments during class. Because a lot of our classes are using Canvas as a tool for turning in assignments and tracking assignments, a lot of students have mentioned in this survey, as well as just through talk, that it's more inconvenient to turn in these things and do classwork because even if they finish an assignment in class during individual work time, they can't turn it in until passing period or during lunch or until after school. This makes it harder to remember to turn in these assignments and keep track of assignments as well, since a lot of students used to use their phones as a sort of planner and to keep track of assignments or to put things in their calendar. So again, that is a little bit of an inconvenience for students. Other students mentioned that not being able to listen to music on their phones during class time, either during work time or instructional time, has been inconvenient because it helps them focus. And other students said, however, other students responded that they noticed that both students and teachers are more focused in class without the use of phones, and that their screen time has reduced due to the implementation of the new phone policy. So I would say that's a good thing. Another area of focus that I noticed from this free response section was around communication and socialization in school. A few respondents shared that not being able to use their phones in class was an inconvenience for communicating with friends and family about lunch or after school activities and plans, because they aren't able to communicate between classrooms. A handful of students shared concerns about what would happen in an emergency situation, because some classrooms require that students turn in their phones to like a phone cubby or a phone holder, so they aren't allowed to have their phones on their person during class time. So some students shared that they felt a little bit of anxiety about this, about how they would communicate with people in an emergency situation. And some students shared that they were anxious about this. There were mixed reactions on how socializing in classrooms have been affected by the lack of phones. Some students reported that seeing more peers socializing and talking without phones because they can't scroll on Instagram anymore, whereas others claimed that there was no difference compared to the last year. Overall, there were pretty mixed reactions from students concerning the phone policy. But I found no responses from the survey that mentioned or concerned mental health related to phone usage, besides a few students mentioning anxieties about being able to communicate with friends and family, and the inconvenience of not being able to turn in assignments. This leads me to question 6 that I asked students. This was a multiple choice question, and I asked students if IHS provides adequate access to technologically rigorous courses. And this was on the Richter scale, so seeing how students agree from strongly agree to strongly disagree. Overwhelming students agree that IHS provides adequate access to technologically rigorous courses. The term technologically rigorous courses is, of course, a little bit broad and vague to the student body. So there were quite a few neutral responses to this question. However, I do know that Issaquah High School provides a wide variety of CTE classes as well as computer science classes, ranging from AP Computer Science Principles to AP CSA, and there's also quite a few clubs that focus on coding and technology in general. And another question, another multiple choice option that I offered to students, I gave them the statement that technology in IHS does not disrupt their learning, and this was on the same scale of strongly agree to strongly disagree. The responses to this statement were a bit more mixed. However, I do believe that the responses were more positive. Again, the term technology is a bit broad. If we're talking about cell phones, I would say the new phone policy does help in decreasing disruption of learning within the classrooms. If we're talking about like Kahoots and Game Kits and laptops, I would say it's a bit more mixed. However, it seems IHS students generally do not think technology disrupts their learning within school. And then lastly, I had one final free response section, question 9. I asked students if they had any final thoughts, experiences, or opinions regarding technology in school that they wanted to share. And I gathered 193 responses from this, and this was open to all of the respondents of the survey. Several respondents commented on their computers and laptops being of poor quality and expressed a desire for higher quality school computers and laptops. This is a pretty popular sentiment within, I think, most of our high schools and possibly middle schools as well. Many respondents also asked for and suggested a less restrictive phone policy to allow phones for class-related work. Overall, the responses were very similar to the responses to question 5, with many of them focused on the phone policy, which is expected considering how I framed the questions in my survey. In conclusion, in terms of accessibility to technology courses, and establishing clear expectations around appropriate technology usage in school, I believe that the school district is in compliance of OE 15. However, if we consider that the new point that was added, I believe last year, regarding appropriate technology usage in classrooms and regarding like cell phone usage and restrictions, I believe that there is still a bit more work to be done. I've talked with students and from the survey results, I believe that cell phone usage is not going away anytime soon. And a lot of students, at least in my generation, consider it to be cell phones to be another resource for learning. Having cell phones taken away within classrooms is depriving us of that resource. And even if students are using cell phones within classrooms to go on social media and be distracted, there are also plenty of students that are using those cell phones responsibly and are using those tools responsibly to help and benefit their learning. So as student representative, I would like to report that while the school district is in compliance of OE 15 for past points, the last point on OE 15, I believe it was, let's see, 15.7, establishing a regulation use during the school day of student cell phones and other personal electronic devices that prioritizes student mental health and well-being. I believe there's still more work to be done on that. Concerning that the policy is new, that's understandable. However, I think I and a lot of other students would appreciate more student feedback on that point, because cell phones are relatively new, I suppose, to society. And it's a resource that still requires a lot more research and planning. And I don't know, students would appreciate more just better understanding of how cell phones are being used by students overall, so that we can move forward and learn how to use those resources responsibly while also continuing our education as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will open it up to public input. Is there any public input in the room on this operational expectation or on Zoom? Okay, hearing none, we will move to board reflections, questions, comments.
Just an initial question, curious under examples of artificial intelligence. I think I can imagine the AI section's, still at its infancy stage in terms of how this would be built out from a monitoring standpoint. But do we have any sense of maybe what we would monitor going forward? I mean, I'm thinking, proper usage or inappropriate usage of AI. What is the district thinking about?
I think it applies to a couple of the sections. Which section did you have in mind?
Sorry, I was looking under, let's see, page 7. Under 15.4.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that was one of the first things that we've done, and we're really fortunate in the state of Washington that OSPI has given some really nice guidance, and so has WASDA given us some really nice guidance on how to set appropriate use guidelines around the use of artificial intelligence. So we borrowed a lot from that to update our policies. So making sure that we're really explicit about the use of artificial intelligence. Clearly it's a very powerful tool, so it can do a lot of really good things and it can do a lot of bad things. And so we will continue to want to monitor to make sure that is the use of artificial intelligence showing up in misbehaviors and misuse of technology. And then also we hope and throughout the report in various sections as we go forward to be able to report ways that artificial intelligence is showing up more and more in a lot of different contexts for educational uses as well and productivity uses.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Other questions, reflections? Yes. Taylor?
I just have a general takeaway and an opinion I wanted to share after reading this report. You know, it's obvious that all of this work is integral to the district. You know, focus areas of tech for inclusion, innovation in emerging tech, cohesion of tech tools. Not only do we have this OE 15, but we have tech integrated into OE 14 and the results 2, 3, and 4, so on and so forth. Schools building out infrastructure, all of these things going on, which I'm all very supportive of. You know, they're all investments that the district, all the investments that the district is making in tech, obviously the right thing to do in my mind, but the pace of technology is only accelerating. And I think my takeaway is that given the depth and the breadth of the investments that the district is making in this space, that I think the district would really be benefited from the creation of a chief technology officer position. It just seems to me that a system-wide decision maker overseeing all of this work, in which I think will only become more expansive, makes a lot of sense. So I'm just offering that as an opinion for the superintendent to think about moving forward. And as I know you've had those conversations in the past, it just seems prudent to me. So again, that's just a major takeaway that I've taken after reading this report. And again, the depth of the work that's going on was my feeling.
Thank you. Dr. Moraldo?
I had a couple of things. The first one is I really appreciate the development of the Technology Advisory Committee. So I look forward to hearing more about their work in the future. I know according to this, the first meeting was probably more about what's this group going to do. But really, I think much of what has been touched on, especially in the area of AI, what do we need to be looking at? I think really having that advisory committee is going to be important. And then my second point was just really a small one in 15.3, and I'm trying to see, it's almost just before 15.4. There was a section, here, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling. I missed it. I'm trying to get the page number so I can share that. So it'll be the bottom of page 5. Talking about technology-rich courses, and it says a continued engagement with college partners such as Bellevue College and Renton Technical College, which made me wonder, in our relationship with CWU Sammamish, do they offer technology classes? Are we only utilizing them for Running Start, so are they not included in WANIC? Just kind of curious as to that relationship. I sat on the advisory committee for a number of years, and I don't know if they just haven't met, if it went away or if I got kicked off and I didn't know. So I don't know what that relationship has been over the past couple of years. And so just some interesting questions around that.
Great.
Thank you. I'm going to take note on that. I know that we have a report coming up in future weeks from our CTE department. So I'm going to take note of that because she may be Director Neighbors might be able to speak more clearly to that one.
Dr. Moore?
So I guess I'm trying to decide if I have a question or a comment. Maybe more of a comment. So page 1, the continued investment. Maybe it's a comment and there's a question. You can help educate me. Maybe I'm just not understanding. But the way I read this is more future state, the technology for inclusion and access. I guess reading it in that way, if I'm reading it correctly, for me, just feels very disappointing. I think I know I've said this for the last couple of years, that I feel like we're missing an opportunity on unlocking how we support learning differences through technology. And so maybe my embedded question is, do we feel like we're addressing that? I don't see it in other places within the report. I may have missed it, or is it really still future?
Thank you for asking that question, because I don't want it to sound in this report like it's something that we're not doing. It's something that to us is one of the drivers of continuous improvement of technology. So when we ask technology to what end, universal design for learning and accessibility and removing barriers to learning is really critical as our driver. And it's been the driver for the last couple of years. So that's not new work. But it continues to be a driver for us looking for ways of improvement. So absolutely, we're seeing increased use of Learning Ally, where students are accessing more text using multi-modal ways of audio text combined with visual text. We are seeing, and we have a robust offering of accessibility tools for students who have learning differences. We're seeing a significant increased use of Microsoft accessibility tools. So absolutely, it's a primary focus at the beginning of every school year to review the use of those tools with staff and to encourage their use throughout. Universal design for learning is our driver for educational improvement in all areas. And we think technology is a really important pairing with that because of it. So yes, I hope I didn't write this in a way that indicated that that's future work. It's an area that has been a driver and will continue to be a driver going forward.
So then I guess maybe the way I would phrase it is, as I read the report, like what we're specifically doing or have accomplished in the year isn't jumping out to me.
Okay.
It just may be that I'm not, like, I see references to universal design for learning, which feel conceptual, I guess, and not like specifically, is there new capabilities we've rolled out? Do we have additional adoption of certain capabilities? Do we have outcomes based on having some of this technology in the hands of our teachers and our students? And so again, I will always take on, maybe I'm skimming and not getting there in the report. So if that's true and I just need to go to a section, please just correct me. I'm happy to do that, but it's not feeling from the treatment then that it's as core to what we're doing. And I guess what I would love to get out of the report is so what has happened because of it? What, if that's been our focus for the last couple of years, then what's different? More results from that.
Okay. I certainly hope that as we get into the results reporting on technology, there's the sorry, I'm rereading which results because I'm not immediately making that connection. The results 2 will probably be another place where we get to talk about kind of the outcomes of the use of technology when we get to that one. And I will take note to make sure that we're really clear in those areas as well. Our hope in this particular report is that some of that work shows up in increasing accessibility or increasing access to technology. But really what you're asking is more about how are we using technology to make sure students have access to learning is what I think I'm hearing. And so dealing with learning variability and making sure that we're using those technology to reduce barriers to learning.
Correct. Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and again, maybe what I'm asking, I'm not asking it in good educator language, so forgive me for that, but we have lots of information assessment on our students' abilities, where they struggle in their challenges. There are many built-in native tools in the platforms we're using that address some of those.
Yeah.
So, you know, I believe, I mean, most of the textbooks I look at now, I can get the text to speech so that kids can hear that and read along. Is that deployed? Do kids use it? The kids who particularly need that assistance, how often are they accessing it? Is someone checking on that? And is it improving their results because of it? And there's probably 80 other ways, but ways in which, you know, we could look at the functionality that's available. Again, we put the devices in their hands.
Yeah.
That's what I want to get out of this deployment. There's lots of things, right? Checking it on Canvas and all sorts of interesting stuff. But I just feel like I have a sense of urgency on this that I guess I just don't feel reflected. And if it's in a different report, that's great. I will be urgent later.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I will take note of that.
I wanted just to go back to the top. And so the first bullet on the first page, it says all secondary students are allocated a laptop that meets educational specifications. I'd like to know what those are. Just because for me, the weight of the device is pretty significant for our smallest students. The processing speed or lack thereof is quite challenging. And when the battery life doesn't even last the period length, so the quality of laptops that I have seen come through my household have been sorely lacking. And I would say that I'm representative of the 5,736 high school students we have, plus all of our middle school students. So my question is once I hear the ed specs, are we really using our dollars the right way? Because if we're not really providing an effective laptop into their hands, I would argue I'm not really convinced that this is bringing value to the system. And instead, can we invest in higher quality products for the students and families who need them? And that way it would bring less contention to a school like Skyline, where I'm sure Issaquah is probably the same way, where most of the students bring their own device because the school device is so lacking.
Yeah.
So, to address the specifications, so the secondary student laptop, it's a 14-inch non-touch display with an i3 processor, 8 gigs of RAM, 256 gig solid state drive, excuse me, and a 3-cell 42 watt hour with a battery life maximum claimed by Dell of up to 9 hours and 37 minutes. On their website, they do have a nice big disclaimer on the length of the battery life, excuse me, that explains that depending on what apps, et cetera, that you're running or how many simultaneously, that your battery life will vary. And that also, as your battery gets older, your battery life will decline. I will say that I checked and we had approximately 5,600 work orders from secondary schools during the last school year, and 346 of them were for battery replacements. And the current Dell Latitude laptop that we use, which is not a consumer model, it's a more expensive business model. It's the Dell 3450. It weighs 3.3 pounds, and the retail price on that is $760. So that's what you would pay if you went to Dell's website with that configuration.
How many of the students have that 3.5 pound laptop?
3.3 pounds.
Sorry, how many students have the 3.3 pound laptop?
All of the current model laptops are approximately in that 3+ range. So every secondary laptop issued, which is approximately 10,000, are in that weight range.
Got it. I'd be curious on student input on what they think about the ed specs of our laptops. Whichever you want to go first, and the next one can follow. Thank you.
Excuse me. Using a district laptop myself and being around people through school who use it every day. One of the major things I've seen has been battery life issues, and even right now it's plugged in charging on battery saver. And one of the biggest concerns is that it, even at full charge the entire night, there's still a lot of issues with will it last this period? Will it last the next period? And it's not only for me, it's for my peers as well. And I do know that there are a lot of delays when requesting either a new laptop or replacements or so on and so forth. And I have a younger brother, a 6th grader who goes to Maywood Middle School, who also has a laptop. And oftentimes I not only find him, but his friends and other students complaining that their laptop is one of the heaviest things in their backpack, and unnecessarily bringing on a lot more weight to them, where it's like carrying a whole bunch of books at the equivalent of. And so my main concern is that, not just from a personal experience and of my peers, that the laptops, at least from previous years, the quality has gone down a lot, and the line, or at least the time it takes to get a replacement or get new parts for a new laptop, has gone up significantly, at least for me and my.
I'd actually like to address the last part of your statement where you said the time to get parts. So we don't take away a student's laptop and then leave them with nothing while we go repair another one. We do give out an instant replacement, so a brand new one, and then we repair the laptop later or surplus it if it's 4+ years or older and we deem it's not worth repairing. So I think that's the first part of it. The second part is we have increased our stock of laptops at the high schools last year we were providing, I think it was 30 some, and we now provide a stock of 75 to assist with quicker replacements. At the middle schools, we've maintained 30 and up to 40 at a couple of the bigger schools. So if there's a delay in a student going to the tech office or to getting a replacement or to checking out a replacement, I would love to hear about it, because from what I'm getting from the ground level is that we're replacing and turning around laptops pretty quickly. So that's been our focus, to try to do instant replacements to eliminate that time lag for getting a better operating unit into student hands.
Noah?
I think the strain that school laptops puts on me specifically is the expectation to have my laptop charged for every single period, which is kind of a hard thing when you have to have it out the entire period. Even though I charge my laptop overnight, I come to school and it's usually like almost out by like fourth period, and then from then on it's kind of iffier whether or not I'd have to use it or I'll have access to a charger. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I know some of the schools have focused on getting additional chargers into the classrooms for students. And I was actually at Skyline the year before last, where they had chargers in the back. It was a science class, and they directed some students in the back to charge. But I would definitely encourage anybody like you who's feeling that your laptop is not holding a charge for the school day to ask to have the battery looked at or have your unit replaced, because again, a lot of the those 346 work orders I referred to from last year, our techs swapped the laptop out at that point in time and then ran, so the student left with a different laptop, and then they ran diagnostics after the fact, determined the battery was in fact poor, and that was then replaced. So I think maybe one of the things is to try to communicate better that, and to encourage students, no matter what the issue is, if it's a sticky key or a failed battery, that please, don't just suffer with it, because I think people tend to do that naturally, but to just report. And I actually did get some subjective feedback just from my central hardware repair person this week, that he said he thought that students were turning in their laptops more this year, because he was, we're seeing a bigger volume, and to me that's encouraging that people are seeking help. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that point. There is the sort of idea that if you get a bad laptop, you're stuck with it. I don't think I've ever encountered a student that decided that they needed to get a new laptop because it had a poor battery life. Every student that I know that complains about their computer's battery life or problems with their school laptop, they just kind of deal with it. So definitely more communication from our tech departments and just staff overall about how you can get your laptop replaced or maybe fixed. I do want to point a few things out though. I did included in my survey, but it was not in my report. That this year, there were several students I just that did not get a laptop the day that they were supposed to get one because the school ran out. It was towards the end of the day, however, and these students eventually did get a laptop, but I did ask students whether they did receive laptops in a timely manner, enough to support them during school days, because there are several classes that would require students to do work before getting our laptops, because we only got our laptops within like the second or third week of school. And there were a few students that said that they did have schoolwork requiring a laptop when school laptops were not yet provided or when they did not have a laptop yet. So I thought that was something worth mentioning just now. But there were very few students where that ended up happening, it seemed like. And then I also want to point out that while we do have older laptops like mine and newer laptops like Aditi's, there's also another laptop that's touchscreen but looks similar to mine. The older laptops were handed out first within our school, and the newer laptops saved for the last few students, it seems like. That's just something interesting I wanted to mention. I'm not sure why they do that. But yeah, that's all.
If I could just do a follow-up on that, which you mentioned about the laptop Issaquah High, I heard about that, and that was actually they ran out of the correct type of AC adapter, so it was a decision by the school to not check out the laptop without the AC adapter. So that's what happened this school year, and I was going to say something about the second point, but I spaced. So. Okay.
Any other? Yeah, go for it. Well,
Hard to turn this on with my nails. I don't use a school laptop because I used one in middle school and it was so slow that I never used one again. I'm sure that's different now, but what I would say is to like add on to everybody's points, the fact that I have so many friends with school district issue laptops that have absolutely no idea that they could replace their battery. And I'm actually going to go home and tell a few of them about it because I've heard so many complaints, but none of them know that it's an option. So I would just love for us to kind of spread that around and get that communication there, because I think that a lot of the reason for the complaints then would be because they don't know that that's even an option. So I just wanted to say that.
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I'm just grateful to have like a school district issued laptop. I mean, I do have my personal laptop as well, but I understand that many students don't have access to that. And I think that sometimes it's easy to sit here and complain about the laptop quality, which I think there is room for improvement, of course, but I think it's also important for us to just like for us students to understand that every single one of us has a $750 device in front of us. And I think that's something that we need to recognize and appreciate. And, you know, Dashita's laptop has been buzzing the whole entire time, but it's running. And so I think it's important for us to take a step back and appreciate that too. So
Yeah.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
that comment. And I'd also like to emphasize two things. One is probably the majority of the work orders that we see at our district repair are from accidental damage from things like dropping. So a lot of LCD repairs. So that may have something to do with the buzzing. Don't know. And number two is that those laptops are spec'd for digital content. They're not gaming laptops. And gaming laptops are not required for our educational curriculum for the majority of it. And for those that do require it, like CTE courses, we have high-end desktops in CTE labs. So that's probably my final point.
Yeah, go for it. Now she got she's got Defender laptop now.
Well, I just wanted to briefly mention that I have not in fact dropped my laptop because
could have been somebody else. Could have been somebody else.
I do have the privilege of having my own device, and I do tend to prefer that because Even though the district laptops do serve their function and work, they work. I prefer using my own. So it isn't used very often. And I think that's something a lot of other students that I know do as well, in which they are still using their personal devices over the school issued ones. But when the need comes, they are able to use them. So I think it's nice to still have them around.
Would you say the fact that they're locked down and you can't install things or that sort of thing is a factor?
Not so much, as a lot of the websites that you search up, even for educational content, does tend to be blocked, and it just adds more layers of inconvenience than if you were to use your own personal laptop and if you have access to that.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
I would agree with what Aditi said. I think we're all very lucky that our students all have access to a laptop here in Issaquah School District. I guess a question I have though too, kind of goes back to Naomi's point around it's kind of luck of the draw. What if you get that older computer and it's the computer that was thrown on the ground multiple times the prior year? I guess I'm kind of curious, I guess, what the fine schedule is. I mean, I want to make sure that our students have respect for those devices. And I know there's not a way when we necessarily turn it in to be able to assess, okay, this thing doesn't work, and then assess the fine against the student. How does that work? I guess is my question. I mean, I know if they lose it, there's obviously clearly consequences with that, but is there any way to assess like, gosh, this student really didn't take care of the equipment?
It's rare because we're pretty generous in the school district.
Yep.
But I would also like to step back and say that when we intake all the student laptops during the summer, they are all examined and reimaged. So in other words, we reimaged almost 10,000 secondary laptops this summer to Windows 11. And so at that point, our techs are able to determine if they're, non-functional or, damaged or that sort of part. So they do get a QC check in that regard. So hopefully that puts
But there's no connection back to the prior student who had it, who may have damaged the equipment. And I guess the reason I'm asking
there is, but
okay.
Yeah, and so we actually did do an analysis in July of that, and so we do track student laptop damage on an ongoing basis since about September of 22. And for the 23-24 school year, we repaired 549 student responsible damaged laptops. The parts cost estimate for those 549 laptops was $34,753, which averaged about $63.30 per laptop. And the majority of the repairs were for damaged screens. However, it's the policy of the district that unless the damage was deliberate and observed by a staff member, that the student is not fined. Okay. So again, it's pretty rare that a student is fined for that. And when a fine does happen, it's usually the building administrator that would documents that and would like to do that, and we only bill for the actual repair cost if the laptop's repairable.
And that's helpful. That was really the answer I was looking for. I think as our community's listening to this and us being stewards of this equipment, and as a parent, I'm struggling with this too, because we need to make sure that students know to respect the equipment. And the concern I have is if students are not, they're damaging it. There's nothing that goes back to that student. And then they try to put a Band-Aid on it. And then the student potentially, if they're there early, gets that bad computer.
Yeah. Oh, that was the other point.
I mean, that's the
I think that
concern I
was
have.
total coincidence because trust when we intake all these laptops, there's no separation of old, new. There could have been a shipment of new ones that just came in that our techs, frantically imaged just in case, because we had full demand. It's kind of a sliding scale because we have a lot of running start students and all that. So we normally don't check out as many laptops as we have enrollment figures for. So I'm guessing that's what occurred there.
Well, and that's helpful, I guess, and there's not necessarily an answer to it now. I guess my point would be, I just would like us maybe to consider how there could be something put in place so that all students know to respect that equipment. And
Mhm.
so that we can cut down on those costs associated, because that's
Sure.
material. And I think our community, again, we're lucky to have it,
Mhm.
but we need to make sure all students are respecting
Mhm.
that equipment. That's
We
the concern I have.
did, I think it was probably during the right after the COVID thing ended, because we sort of went one-to-one during COVID, and then came back. There was some billing done kind of through the buildings. But then we changed to this policy. So that's what we're currently administering. But yeah, whatever the district would like to do, we'll do our best to implement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to move page 4 of the document, 15.3. Provide access to advanced technologically rigorous courses for students. I think when I look at the interpretation there, which says, I interpret this to mean that the district offers courses across all grade levels, both focus on technology and technical skills, using technology applications that are rigorous and create a pathway for advanced learning experiences that support student interest and possible career opportunities. Maybe elementary has changed in the couple years that I don't have an elementary child. But I'm not sure that I'm convinced that it really is for all students for all grade levels. And then I'm concerned about the word all, because in our middle schools, I don't think if you were to line up our 6 middle schools, that you would see the course offerings are equal or equitable. And I know there is the balance of we offer things, but it's about student-driven choice. And I totally support that. I understand that my student goes to a school that almost everyone does band, orchestra, or choir, which then limits other choices. But I do get then concerned why it's even more important that students in our high schools in their early experiences in 9th and 10th grade have the same opportunity for those rigorous technology classes. And so in my experiences, I'm not convinced that this is true. And so I have hesitation about this ends monitoring report for this subsection, at least for me. So wanted to at least elevate that to my board colleagues so you knew what my hesitation was with this monitoring report. And I'm fine with there be no other reflections, but I just wanted to share that so that you know. Okay. Then if I hear no further.
I just had a question back to Director Coyne's comment. Now I have to look it up again. About the data that you were asking about. How many items were repaired? What are the kind of associated costs? Is that something that you had like a table that you would want in next year's report? Because we can certainly include that in our ask.
I'm glad you brought that up. I was just thinking about that too. Yes, I would like that. I feel like that's missing. And again, as we go back to the community and we're saying we're investing in this equipment, I want to make sure that we're also being stewards of that. And I want to make sure we're monitoring it and we have a solution. So if we're seeing increases and, and I think we need that level of detail. We need to see where we maybe have opportunities. I know it's hard to catch. I know it's hard to blame a student for something that may have been damaged, but I just, it can be material. And so, yeah, I think that would be good. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we as you saw, we definitely are keeping that data on repair costs. I will say that that question has been something that has been discussed in this report in the past, and the concern about the fact that our voters have supplied these computers so nicely, and that we want to be careful when we're for us, when we look at 37,000 out of, I don't know what the total cost of the equipment is, but if I say 750 times 10,000, we're already at, $7.5 million worth of value. So $35,000 in repairs feels manageable. And we knew when we were handing 13-year-old a $750 laptop that there's going to be accidents. And so we're really trying to find this balance between holding, and our sense, and I don't know how to get data on this, our sense is that our kids are actually pretty responsible and pretty cautious with their technology. We don't feel like we're getting much reckless behavior. So it's something that we can certainly discuss about and always monitor. We just want to be cautious of, we've been trying to be really cautious to let kids be kids and yes, be responsible with the investment that we have. So I certainly will take note of that for future reportings, and it'll cause some discussion about making sure we have appropriate policies.
I wonder too if it's, I guess I'm trying to get to the root of the issue with the computer issues, the buzzing, the things that we're finding, the battery life. Is it damage that maybe it's the prior student did to the computer? Is it just that we're holding the computer? Because I think I heard it's 4+ years. Is that the life of the computer at the district?
Yeah.
5 years.
5-year refresh.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what would be caught. Maybe it is, maybe it's minimal. I guess I just need more data. Maybe it is minimal that the damage that the prior student maybe did to it. Maybe it's the length that we keep, maybe 5 years is too long. I don't know. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to get at the root of. If we're sitting here having the conversation around, gosh, the equipment's spotty, trying to figure out why that is, I guess. And maybe it isn't, we're thinking maybe that it's immaterial, the damage that the prior student did.
Yeah. And we're always trying to determine what's behavioral and what's hardware. And that's always, I know that I'm a terrible poster child. I am not good at preserving the best battery life on my laptop. And I leave way too many applications open all the time. So when I'm sitting in meetings, I'm running way too many things and draining the battery life. And so part of our approach really is also constantly coaching, trying to encourage teachers to constantly coach students about updates and restarts and rebooting and things that can slow down a computer. And so it's been, I do feel like we're settling into some better patterns. Obviously we want to be in a place where every student in here says, oh, I love my district laptop. It's my favorite device. That's where we love to be. I know that some have really wonderful personal devices that we're not going to compete with. But we definitely hear the reports, and I think we take it in and have tried to make systemic changes to make sure that people have quick and immediate access to those computers if they do fail them. You need to get more word out that you don't have to live with a 30-minute battery. You certainly can get a new battery. And so we need we hear that as input for us.
That's great. Thank you.
Can you comment on how our students are doing post sunsetting TechSmart?
Yeah,
from a skill learning standpoint, because I didn't really see that comment at all.
Yeah, I think the addition of the win at social media education is really helpful. That's been a really important addition over the last year in the middle school to just make sure that we're really touching on safe and appropriate use of technology for students. We'll report more on that as we get into more of the results monitoring. And it's been really interesting because we feel like the best way for kids to learn the use of technology is by using technology to accomplish things in class. So in some ways we are seeing more use of technology because of one-to-one in the classroom, which means we're seeing more skills of the use of technology. So I haven't heard a lot of really missing the TechSmart. I do think that in talking with Director Neighbors around CTE in the middle school and saying, what is it that students are interested in taking? It's that very limited elective opportunity. And we're just, our tech classes aren't competing well with music and shop and those hands-on opportunities. But certainly there are some courses that are starting to really build some momentum in our middle schools. And I think that direct application rather than a teaching about technology. Using technology to accomplish some other ends is where we'd love to continue to see to grow.
Great. Any more board questions, comments, reflections? Seeing head nods. No, one more. Yep.
Oh, just because I want to make sure I capture anything. So to your point, President Gallinger, was there anything that could be added next year in the area of 15.3 as far as data is concerned? Were you looking for more description of middle school class course offerings? So I'm just looking to see if there's anything I can add to this.
I think it'd be helpful to see enrollment data comparisons by our schools for both middle school and for high school, for both introductory computer science classes in our high school.
Yeah.
And whatever higher level classes. But if it says provide access to advanced technologically rigorous courses for students.
I did check with Director Dabers yesterday. And I did one of the questions we had talked about is enrollment and demand, and she's constantly looking to improve her CTE offering so she can talk my ear off on all the different courses that she's looking to improve and make more technologically rigorous. But one of the questions I asked is are we turning down students who want those classes? And to the best of her knowledge in terms of enrollment in all of our high schools, there is no limit. We are not limiting the number of sections. We are not turning students down because we don't have instructional opportunities for those courses. And the middle school's always been a little bit tricky with the 6 period day on that one. So do you want to point that out? And we will continue to make annual improvements and try to monitor. Probably our best monitoring are those CTE teachers teaching those classes, because they get to talk to the students and say, hey, would you be interested in this type of class or that type of class? And that's where a lot of our innovative classes have come from.
Great. Yep, Patricia Moynes.
So I do want to make sure, I guess we're taking note of getting to some of the more result data for accessibility and student supports, whether it's in this report going forward or the results. One, I want to make sure that we have note that getting evidence on progress there, that we can capture that somewhere.
Do you remember which bullet point that was?
So as of right now, it's in the kind of opening section, so it's not a bullet. And so I guess maybe that's my question.
Okay.
Is where does it live?
I need to look at all those reports to figure out where it lives, and we will find a place to make sure that we can
And that's why
report
I
on
want to
that.
make sure we capture
Yep,
it.
excellent. Thank you.
I think Director Moraldo, I'd also add the specifics of for our science and math specialty elementary schools, like what was the demand, how many, like what's the waiting list, like that's all part of that elementary piece that's missing from here. Because if we have 60 students on the waiting list, that tells us we need more programs. Because to your point, we shouldn't have a lack of opportunity. That's something that we need to fix in this room, if that's the case. So without further questions, I'm ready to see the student advisory vote for OE 15. It's like Academy Awards.
Right. Like it's revealed, like there's something.
There we go. And now we have our board vote for approval of operating expectation 15. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, me, nay. Perfect, it passes. Thank you, Superintendent. Next item on our agenda is Board policy update, third read, operational expectation 14, instructional program. And so I think we will open this up first to public comment in order to honor all the time that our guests have been here, which I apologize for. And with that, we will start with Christy Bennett.
Hi, my name is Christy Bennett. I am a teacher at Skyline High School. I also reside in the Skyline High School feeder area. I'm here tonight because at the listening session and past board comments, I've heard some idea about the link between Running Start and our students not having access to AP classes at Skyline. And so I just wanted to share a bit of my perspective as somebody working with a lot of students that come to my astronomy class or physics classes part-time Running Start, and also working with GSA students who have a higher percentage that go to Running Start, as well as working with our counselors on those social emotional needs of our students. We don't hear a lot of reports from students that are attending Running Start that access to classes is the reason for their decision. It's a very small percentage of students, and Stephanie Anderson actually has the exact numbers based off of the conversations that they had last year with Running Start students, and plans to collect those numbers for this year as they meet with them coming up. What we hear a lot more often is that there are just things that our students have going on in their life, or the structure of Running Start that makes it appealing to them. Things like being able to earn an AA degree in high school without having to foot the cost of that. Social emotional issues. And I know that my queer students often see Running Start as an opportunity to feel like they can be their whole selves in an educational setting. And that's not something that's as a result of the teaching staff. It's just a sad reality of being queer in today's culture. So I just wanted to share that information with you, so there wasn't this idea that it was a magic bullet, that if we have AP, these kids will come back.
Thank you. Next is Amy Williams.
I'm Amy Williams, and I'm a parent of two Issaquah School District grads and the Skyline Math Chair. I just first want to start with thank you for the multiple opportunities that I've gotten to speak with you, and thank you for holding the listening session at our school on Tuesday. It was great to hear some parent comments, student comments, staff comments, and your feedback as well, immediate. It's really nice to be able to have a dialogue like that. I still have a couple of things I felt like I needed to say tonight. One, I'm a numbers person, and I still don't see the numbers. I hear a lot of people have contacted us. A lot of people have told us there are people that want. When I looked around the room, I heard 7 parents say they wanted AP options. Those numbers don't match for me. So I just wanted to know if there was a way that we could still get some more numbers. And then the second thing is I'm a detail person, and I looked through all of your updated OE 14, and of the 13 different bullet points, or 14.13, of all of them, the only one that is really specific is 14.3B. Everything else is a very general statement. For example, you use the language integrate technology into content areas. You aren't telling me to use Desmos. You aren't telling me to use Inspire calculators. But in 14.3B, you are asking to, at a minimum, for me to offer AP courses. So I'm curious next year, if I have 40 students sign up for AP calculus, am I going to run 2 classes of 20 at the expense of other classes in FTE? I am not allowed to run classes of 20. I have 36 in the room right now in several of my classes, 33 in Algebra 1. So how is that going to affect my math department FTE? So again, I would like you to please make this more broad in your language. I totally agree with college credit earning courses, but when you make it this specific, you are going to make a big impact.
Thank you. Next item is Gretel von Bargen.
I don't know if I've ever been called an item. That's kind of fun. I'm Gretel von Bargen. I teach IB biology at Skyline High School. And like Amy said, I really appreciate you coming out to the listening session, all of you on Tuesday night, and some of our district representatives. And I was especially grateful to hear your commitment to the IB program at our school. That was important for me. Once upon a time, a few years ago, I was something called an Einstein Distinguished Educator Fellow, and I spent some time in Washington, D.C. advocating for federal STEM education policy. And out of that experience came two major learnings for me. One was appreciation for the challenge of authentically weighing multiple perspectives and the pros and cons on a plethora of different topics. So I appreciate the work you are doing, and I know it's challenging. Another takeaway from my time as a fellow was appreciating the challenge of crafting language that is clear and precise while still allowing for flexibility of implementation in an individual school or program. And so as I heard you say on Tuesday night, and I've heard as a school board junkie for many years, that you are going through and carefully crafting thoughtful language to all of your board policies. And like Amy said, it's really surprising to see the language in OE 14 be so specific and detailed without allowing the nuance for flexibility. So I encourage you to change the language to something that includes the themes that I heard Tuesday night at our listening session. The ideas of equity of opportunity, that was a theme that resonated multiple times, and the idea of choice. Those are languages that should live in the OE that allow schools and systems to be flexible in our implementation. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Spencer Phelan.
Hello, Spencer Phelan, IB coordinator at Skyline High School. Thanks for the opportunity to attend the listening session this week and to hear and share input. I was really encouraged by the number of community members who participated, and I, like my colleagues, heard a majority of family input that asked for there to be a more thought out plan for implementation before mandating specific curriculum, including the potential impact on students at Skyline who maybe don't even want any more AP or IB courses, but are looking for other pathways. My colleagues and I, and now many members of the community, have shared that they feel that the wording of this board policy is too specific about individual AP classes without having the opportunity to work with education professionals to gauge the feasibility. I'm at a loss for how we can sincerely be heard about what we feel is right for students. And if I were a parent at Issaquah or Liberty High Schools, I would wonder why so much attention is being paid to expanding only the college credit-bearing opportunities for students at one school. I was further disheartened by some board commentary on Tuesday. While I had some really great conversations with some board members, we were then criticized by others for our level of input throughout this process. We were called condescending and even offensive for offering our expertise around how the IB program works. I can only speak for myself, but it's already mildly terrifying to get up in front of the leaders of your district and disagree with them, but then to be told that sharing my 15 years of experience teaching IB and non-IB courses, working as a building administrator in IB school, and working across every school in our district as a district administrator, and now serving in one of the biggest IB programs in the country is somehow offensive. Our expertise should be leaned on, not disregarded. Professionals in our field should be recognized for the time they spent becoming experts in our craft. And when we say that this policy, if implemented as written, would have negative impacts for student choice at Skyline, it's because we have firsthand experience dealing with the barriers created by singletons in the schedule and the difficulty of arranging 9th and 10th grade curriculum in a way that prepares students for both programs. Thank you very much. We cannot offer every college credit-bearing pathway at one single school.
Thank you. Next, Courtney Beatty.
Hi, I'm Courtney Beatty. Ooh, sorry, I'm losing my voice. A parent. I have a daughter at Skyline and a daughter at Pine Lake, and I've been at Skyline for 22 years. I teach both English and social studies. I just want to reiterate what was said. I do very much appreciate the listening session. I think some really good conversations, especially community input, came out of that. And I also want to confirm the fact that I have concerns about the specificity of the policy. I think implementation, as was made very clear, is the role of the district. And that is something that I think is being controlled too much by the language of the policy. I implore you to revisit the language of the policy to take out curriculum-specific program and discipline mandates and leave it to the actual educational experts, the superintendent, TLS, Skyline administration, teachers to implement the best curriculum that will meet the policy goals. Because I think we all agree the idea of more college bearing credits is great. We've already went forward. I personally wrote the current SL English course proposal that is now on the books. I think most of us across the board really, really want to revisit these topics and expand these options. This is actually going to impede that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public input in the room on this topic? Any public input on Zoom? There is. So I will ask you to start your video and to unmute if you'd introduce yourself and your role or feeder pattern. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. My name is Gwen Lloyd. I'm a teacher at Skyline. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to say that I have serious concerns about the specificity of the language that you're considering for the OE. I know that many other people have said that. I think combining the two systems of AP and IB would be detrimental, would have detrimental unintended consequences and won't serve students or our community well. But there are many speakers that have already talked about that both here and at the listening session. Instead, I'd like to speak to the idea that if in fact the board has found that we have more money to add courses to high schools, perhaps you should be considering adding classes that appeal to and make job ready our students not headed for four-year colleges. If this is about adding language to the OE, maybe the language should center on these students. Our college-bound students have everything they need to be successful. It's the ones not leaning in that direction who need more supports. If we have the money to add classes, add an auto shop, work with the local mechanic shop to bring in a certification program, add nursing or occupational therapy classes by working with Swedish or other healthcare providers, add woodworking or electrical engineering or culinary arts. If we have the money, let's have a real discussion about what classes need to be added and where. Let's not just consider those that would benefit our college-bound students. Our demographic is changing, and every year teachers are tasked with finding ways to reach those students who are not college-bound, those who slip through the cracks or who struggle. I see the opportunity to add classes as a chance to bring in hands-on learning opportunities for our kids and to reach out to those students who currently have very few opportunities that address or enhance their post-high school options. So if the language is going to be about what we offer at our schools, let's focus on the kids that are not college-bound, because the college-bound kids in our district are doing great. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public input on Zoom? Okay, I am going to close public input at this time. And so as we get ready to kick off this conversation, I wanted to, if you would, Stephen, put up the language. Sure. Can you just make it big? Because I think at this point, we're just talking about 14.3 A and B is my understanding. And so can you make it bigger? Sorry, it's not something. Yeah, thank you, Francisco. So first, I'll just kick it off and say, again, thank you to our teaching staff for being here and providing your input. We really do value it. We, as had been mentioned, are taking inputs from multiple sources: parents, former parents, students, future students, and sometimes it's a lot of inputs and a lot of challenges. And I can appreciate that if I only went to the listening session at Skyline, I would certainly have a belief that, hey, the community and the student body wants X. And I would just start this conversation off by saying there's been a lot more input that we have heard, not just this year, but as was alluded to by other board members about this is a conversation and request we've heard of the community for in excess of a decade. And so I think we would be tone deaf to not be talking about it now. And as was mentioned before, like why we're talking about it now is because this is when the year that we have gone through and done a major policy revision as a board. So that was probably the timing of like why this is, because certainly it's a really inopportune time in a lot of ways for all the stuff we're doing. So I think I would like to sort of start with reflections before we actually talk about language potential changes first, if you would mind. And then we'll get into the nitty gritty of group wordsmithing if that's where we go. But I think there's a lot of opportunity for reflection and to hear for the people who didn't attend the listening session. I think there's just a lot more about it. And so I wanted to frame it with that first and open up to that.
Again, I want to echo what others in the room have said, that the listening session I thought was very helpful. It was great to be a part of that, be in that room and listen. I will say my observations. So Skyline is my community. I have 2 kids at Skyline High School. I know that community. And the observation in the room, although it was useful to be there, is there was a loud group of participants and there were participants on the side. And I don't know if others can reflect on it and can share their thoughts on it. The folks on the side, because my kids are in IB, actively in IB right now, either career path or a child who will be in IB diploma. And I was searching out those parents in the room. I saw them, but they were literally hiding behind the book displays that were in the library. And so, and again, I know we've heard comments from others, well, tell us how many numbers. Well, the voices are large in terms of people feeling that they want more options, but they're scared to speak out. And I think there was one parent in particular who said, I'm scared, even said that publicly. And so as great as it was to hear from folks in the community, it was the louder voices that were in that center portion. I mean, I heard from multiple parents whose kids had gone through IB, great, and the great schools they're at now. But I really wanted to hear more from the students or from the parents and the students who were on that outer edge, who were currently in the program or have kids that will be in the program. I heard a lot from those parents after the session. I just didn't hear from them during the session. So I think that's something we have to be aware of when we think about this. I also want to thank, again, the teachers for their input. I say this a lot, but I am the product of teachers. My parents are retired teachers. My wife is a teacher. Every decision that I make up here on the dais, I couldn't go home at night after these meetings if I wasn't consulting teachers. So it's really, really important to me. And I will tell you what's hard in this decision and hard at the listening session is I'm trying to balance what I'm hearing from the educators there, which is the strength of IB. And I get that. I don't think any of us are saying that it isn't a strong program. But I'm also hearing from the community and sitting in this chair in terms of representing my constituents. I also need to make sure that I'm hearing those voices. And those voices are saying, that IB is great. It doesn't work for all kids. And so just because I'm in the Skyline feeder pattern, I want to be able to have other options for my student who wants advanced coursework. And so that's where this conversation, what has really brought up the conversation. So I just want to reflect on that. I also want to reflect too, we're in a period right now, obviously an election cycle. And another observation I had, and there weren't many in the room at all, but I did come away with it thinking being loud is important. And I think it's really, really important for us to be, if you feel strongly about something. But I will say that there were some instances where I did hear some comments that the tone was more disrespectful. And I want to, when I came into the seat on the board, and I get that there's ways that we have to engage between staff and community as sitting on the school board, but there always needs to be a level of respect. And I do think some of the comments, I know in certain sessions that will always be the case, but there were some times where it got a bit disrespectful. And I want to acknowledge that I agree that voices being loud is important, but some of the disrespect. I know some of the folks that have come up here have even acknowledged some of that. We want to eliminate all of that. We want people to feel comfortable. We want them to be able to advocate, but in a respectful way. And I will say there were some exchanges there that I was a little taken aback by. And I know that that was feedback I heard from, again, folks on the edges of the room. I also would have really wanted to hear from more students. And I know that those students who are actively engaged in IB right now didn't feel comfortable being there. And that is something too that I think we have to parse out a bit in this conversation. We need to hear from all those voices, and those on the side, I was concerned. Again, that's not just me guessing, it's my community. I know those parents. They're my neighbors, they're my friends, they're friends of my, those are parents who are friends of my kids. I mean, it was an observation. I think it was a bit unfortunate. It's great to hear, but I think we have to be careful when we say, hey, we didn't hear a lot of people really pushing for it based on that listening session, because I don't think that those folks necessarily felt comfortable speaking up. So those are my observations. I'll leave it there.
Thank you for that. We're in the reflective period and kind of trying to summing up things for the community before we get into any potential changes.
Yes, happy to reflect. I understand that the IB program is, a great choice for a lot of students at Skyline. And I'm glad, I think we were able to get across, I hope, to the community that this isn't a referendum on IB in any way. But we have identified that there is a gap there appears to be around student choice as a result of the IB program. And we're just trying to close that gap. So I want to be very mindful of the fact that this isn't about systemically limiting options for other populations of students. That's work that we have to do in other initiatives that we're undertaking. So, the board, it seems to me, is just trying to address a very select issue that has been identified and understood. And so I just hope we can stay focused on that. We are trying to address a select issue here. And I think what I heard a lot of is that there is major concern about implementation of whatever policy we're talking about moving forward, if it is being specific about AP courses or what have you. And I get that. Change is hard, implementation is hard, new programs are hard to spin up, and staff expertise, of course, has to be heard in that process. But I personally am very confident in our staff and our district administrators in coming up with a thoughtful plan if that's the course that we decide to go on. So I also want to just think it's important to separate policy versus implementation, because they're different things. They're different things. We have to settle on the policy first before we get to implementation. So I think in sum, where I come from all of this is this seems additive to me. And adding AP courses, from what I heard, I still didn't hear any reason why that wouldn't be a good idea or a net benefit. That's kind of where I came away from. Will say though, this is a whole different plug. I was very enthused by the fact that we had a full library full of staff, community members, parents, students. I hope in the future when we have listenings, I can't tell you as a new board member how helpful that is to have that input as I'm learning as I go. So I'm hoping in our other listening sessions, also focused on other issues that are important, we can get that kind of participation, because it's just hugely helpful. So those are my initial thoughts.
You mean juxtaposed with the one that we held at in Issaquah Middle
I wasn't gonna
School
bring it up.
on May 16th of this year, that there were 0 parents or teachers that showed up. So yes, other reflections.
So I've been making my list of policy specific things. So I'm going to stay with just reflections on the listening session, correct?
It's more summing it up.
Summing it up.
We've been at this
Yeah.
third read, and we've
Third
heard
read.
lots of email.
I'm actually going to go back to works in progress comments tonight as to sort of get into my reflection, which is, as we look at programming across the district in many forms and factors. There are times in which there is feedback from our community that says there's something that's really a need. And what was interesting to hear tonight was boys soccer and the excitement of having boys soccer on the field and the want we've had for a number of years of having boys soccer. And oddly enough, there's a great parallel to these two conversations for me for boys soccer, which is that when it was initially brought up over years and years of feedback of an offering that our students wanted, there was a belief that we couldn't possibly fit in boys soccer because we had other programs to do and finite resources. And yet and still, we persisted through a lot of that to get to where we actually can put another offering in the schools that meets our spirit and our objectives of our physical health and activity for our students and meets the need in which was expressed while looking at other programs and have those coexist. Does that take additional resources? Yes. Does that take additional money? Yes. Does that potentially take looking at, we talked about our fields and how we have to reallocate space in which we use it or who has to supervise it? Absolutely. But can we add boys soccer? Yes, we've proven we can add boys soccer, which is something that was of great need to our community and great benefit to our middle schoolers. And so my reflection is how many times, and my 5 or 6 years now, maybe it is that each time we've gone to explore, and it has happened every time we've gone to explore, these items that come up from a group or people within our community where they're saying we need more or better or different. And we've gone to explore that has raised concerns from folks across the community, whether it was, do we have the facilities to do this? Do we have the coaching staff to do it? Do we have whatever the need may be? And yet I think we can persist through that. And for me, what I found, I guess, of concern in this process, which I try to communicate, maybe not as artfully, is in raising a concern, which is literally I searched for feedback in my inbox of more people than I could count in the time to say how many people have given us feedback that they want additional offerings, specifically of AP at their request, specifically at Skyline. That when posing the question of what could or should we do on that, the pushback being, but you don't know enough about the existing. You are not educated, therefore you are not worthy to question whether we should do something else that folks in our community are asking for. And so that for me is my reflection over the process, which is we do have asks and needs. We must move forward as a system always. We have the opportunity to look at our offerings across our multiple buildings and understand why my children who attend Issaquah High School are able to take AP coursework from their freshman year, why children that I see doing amazingly well now in college went to Running Start because they had completed all of the advanced classes in their high school and were looking for more. We can do multiple things at once. And it is not about, for me, I don't have to know the depth of any one of those programs to know that we can care for the needs of multiple constituency groups if we can all work together to do that. And so where I think I get particularly passionate on this topic is when that need or that ask is bubbling up and when we have email after email that says, I am not comfortable raising this in the school building I go. When we have folks who come trembling voice, take a mic and say they are not comfortable stating that in the room, I get prickly. And I was probably a bit prickly this week about that. And I'm okay playing that role because we can do better. That's my reflection.
Thank you. Director Moraldo.
So I wanted to kind of write mine out so I stay focused. First of all, I really appreciate all the feedback that we've gotten. It's been via email during listening sessions. And as I mentioned during the listening session, I've been on this board 15 years, and I believe it was, the first couple of meetings that I had a school director from that area that had students in the high school at the time, really reflecting on the opportunities, that the pressure and the opportunities and just the whole thing around just IB at Skyline. So for me, it's not a conversation that started this year. It's a conversation that started 15 years ago. I would agree with the input tonight that I don't want to be too prescriptive in the language. And so I'm looking forward to the kind of wordsmithing portion of this, because I don't want to be too prescriptive, but I think that it's been clear to us what people have been saying in our emails. I think Sydney and I both mentioned this during the listening session, and that was around the sense of loss. And it still is what I am interpreting. Might be wrong, but I interpret that based on kind of when we were doing our equity policy. There was this idea that if we were going to be more equitable in access to highly capable programs, the self-contained ones, that would mean my kid may not get in. Rather than the idea of we're educating these students anyway, we're talking about class structures and who can be in them, and that we would expand that. That was not, because that was things that other districts were talking about, but we were not talking about. So there was this sense of loss. Like, if you approve this, I might feel something, I might lose something. And I want to identify that regardless of what we say, that feeling will be very real to the people who feel like there is a possibility of loss or a fear of loss. So I don't want to discount that. And so I don't want to discount the passion they have behind wanting things to stay the way they are. Because I've heard over my 15 years, when we've made policy changes, of, well, you're not listening to the public, you're not listening to us. And that usually happens when we take action contrary to what they've been asking for. But it doesn't mean that we haven't heard them. It's that we have heard them and we're making a decision that's different than them. What's often not acknowledged is how many times that we did hear them and that input changed what we did, that we didn't do exactly what we were pursuing to do. But that there is power to what we're hearing, because it will change when we're beginning an action. And it would behoove me to say, yes, that's part of my reflection on, I don't want to be too prescriptive. So what's it going to look like is based on what I've heard from all sides. I do want to say that it did concern me when a parent, I heard her clearly say she was intimidated. And yet later on that was translated by another person as shy. And those are very different words. She wasn't shy. She wasn't intimidated because she was shy. She made it clear, I'm intimidated to have a want that was different and expressing that. And so I really do think that needs to be heard, that there are parents, and they're in our emails, that are intimidated by having a difference of opinion. And regardless, that one really does bother me. For me, I want to see the ability of students to take college credit bearing courses in 9th and 10th grade at Skyline, like they're able to do at Liberty and at Issaquah High. And I want to see the number of students taking one or more college credit bearing courses by the time they graduate at Skyline that's in parity with the percentages at Issaquah and Liberty. So people were asking, what's your why? That's my why. That's the problem I'm trying to solve.
Thank you for those reflections. I appreciate it. I would say that there are different parts of our policies, and some of the policies that we have, like results for students, we want to be broad, and then we get very narrow when it comes to the superintendent interpretation. The whole point of operational expectations is that where the line in the sandbox is, and it's variable based on the topic. And so, for instance, you just heard and we talked about the facilities one, which is very prescriptive. You will not name mascots or buildings. And like, where did that come from? And that comes from history. And so there's a lot of things that just come from history. So I would say that there are some policies that are more prescriptive because we've heard very direct feedback. And if it's not prescriptive, then at the end of the day, we may come across and it be like, oh, well, you didn't do what we asked you to do. Well, because it wasn't stated very explicitly. And so I think there is a delicate balance between wanting to have flexible language, but I think we haven't heard from our community of we want more choice and college credit opportunities in younger grades. We've heard very clearly we want the option for our students to take AP coursework. So our community has been very clear about what they're looking for. So I just want to be clear, for me at least, as a Skyline parent and someone who's been in the community long, like when I had preschoolers, that this is not a new thing as everyone has said. And so, and it's not been like, oh, we're talking about sort of just some advanced course. Like, it's been very clear, we want X. And it doesn't mean that we don't want to uphold and uplift the IB program. I think it does great things for students. I think it's a great option. And I think there's more work and opportunities to be offered to our student body. So with that, do I have the ability to share screen? Am I a co-host? Perfect. Not always say something like give me. Yeah, they should, as it should. Okay. And now to the fun part. And this is because, as we said before, on Tuesday and every other time, we don't meet in a back room. We don't exchange emails back and forth. So sadly, from a time standpoint, which we're gonna be late tonight, this is how the sausage is made. With that being said, I think it would be nice probably to start with capturing what are the would like to haves in the language rather than us get to actual the wordsmithing, because I think before I even open that up, I would say to me, I can see how it's interpreted as coming across as prescriptive. I would say, knowing that in between English and mathematics / computer science, there's 9 courses, and we're not saying, please offer 9 courses. So I would say it's not prescriptive in that way. And so that's not the intent. So the intent is to find out which one, and why computer science is there. It's not because of the intent to offer computer science. It's literally, that's just a label of how it's labeled by the College Board: English, and then mathematics, computer science. So it's not because it's intended to offer math and computer science, just so everyone understands where that comes from. It's just to try and keep consistent language with what is published. So with that, I think I will just sort of write down the sort of would like to haves, and then we can work on seeing how that may integrate.
Can I make a couple more broad comments before we get to wordsmithing?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So, and I know you just shared, I would love if we go back to the main policy though for a second.
Okay.
Sorry, because you gave me broad reflections, but I do have some specifics. So what for me was really important, because I was probably up a couple hours after that listening session, just spinning after all that. For me, what was really important was to go back to the broad policy, because I think there's some things in the feedback we've heard, public input, listening sessions, that for me, I had to kind of sort out into their place. And so if we could go to the top, to the value statements at the top, that for me is a really important place to start. So I think one of the consistent points of feedback is by focusing in on that one bullet, which is about the advanced courses, you've not been thinking about, you're not thinking about all students. We heard some of that again tonight. And I just think that's not correct. And so that's factually incorrect of what we're doing. And so for me, it was really important to go back to all of our policies start with a value statement. And I went back and I said, well, are we not reflecting this correctly? The broad base of what we're trying to do in our value statement. I actually think it's a really good statement that what we really believe is that we need to provide challenging and engaging opportunities for educational exploration, acceleration, and remediation. Now, the topic we've been focused on is in that acceleration category, but in the other two, fundamentally what we're doing with this policy has to be all three. So to allow broad exploration, I think there's been feedback that, well, if you want to do something, then do these other elective courses. I actually don't know what's blocking anyone from doing that today. And so maybe that is a conversation we need to have. And I hope that's happening within the building, but if we need to have it, I'm all in, because this is the nature and the spirit of what we're trying to do as a board: exploration, acceleration, and remediation. And so I would ask all of our educators, if this isn't happening in each of our buildings, I need you to help do that, because that's the spirit of the language. I think what's next in here is that we think it's important that educational programs should provide instructors with opportunities for differentiation, which again, the feedback we hear multiple times is that you're not thinking about the different levels our students are at. Again, I will offer that is not what our policy is absolutely thinking about the broad range of students at the end. So that's super important to get ourselves out of this myopic focus on the one bullet and talk a bit further. For me, I think it's also important, what has come up is this idea of implementation. So what we've been doing earlier tonight was, from my perspective as a board, what we're here to do, which is to have the policy and then spend our time reviewing if we're making progress against it. That is our monitoring process, which we did on other policies this evening, where we take notes of other things, other data we need to see, other changes we need to go after. And so that is the interplay. Yes, the district should have an implementation plan, but the board does have a built-in process by which we monitor and look for differences. Next, for me, this knowledge that rigor somehow equals stress. And yes, for some kids, rigor may equal stress, but I would argue that the percentage of students we're talking about are students who, without rigor, they have stress. Students who are born to accelerate need to have those opportunities. And by not providing them, we provide students with distraction, dismay, and in some cases, their own forms of lack of engagement in education. And while, yes, I would like to support, as we said in this value statement, a range of students, I do not want to leave off the opportunity for our students who, again, talking to a parent last night, her daughter announced at kindergarten she was going to be in NASA and is on that path. And they are thinking about that they have to go to Running Start even earlier than 16 because she will not get the rigor at Skyline. So we have to make sure that that broad range of students, including those who can and should accelerate, that we're providing them the fuel to do that. So rigor equals stress, maybe, but there are students without that rigor that they will have their level of stress. The 1410 in this policy gets into ensure appropriate and timely input from students, parents, community members, teachers, administrators, and other staff members involved with instructional program, such as textbooks. I don't think we are taking in the parents, community members, and students' feedback in this case. And for me, that is a challenge. 7 people out, so we never get 7 people to anything. So to have 7 people in a room last night who spoke up, forget the 15 other head nods as they spoke up to say that their perspective wasn't being included, that does not meet 10. And so that's incredibly important. And then lastly, what I would say, because Marnie went there, which is, I actually came into this process thinking I didn't want this level of specificity. I leave all these feedback sessions thinking I require a level of specificity. Otherwise, I'm not certain what is actually going to happen. Now I'm done with my general feedback.
Okay. Well, people, I'm sure, be able to provide more general feedback as we go into the wordsmithing. Can I have control of the Zoom again? Okay. So what I heard from you is specificity is important to you.
It is. Now,
Okay.
does it have to be these exact words? I have other feedback, but a level of specificity so we can ensure progress is very important.
Yep. Okay. I would love to capture more of what's important right now.
So for me, I guess the words that came out for me were, today it says, course providing opportunity for students to earn college credit. For me, I would maybe go into accelerate learning versus necessarily earn college credit. That could be there, deep in understanding. And then it's an opportunity for us to provide a uniform set of acceleration across the district. Which for me means, yes, I do want an opportunity for, if we can move in the future to programs where, oh, and again, we are absolutely talking about programs for kids going to the military, going direct into the workforce. And in providing those as pods or units within our high school, then yes, we should open up IB as a path for students at other schools.
And that's the next one. You said accelerate learning and then
Accelerate learning or deepen understanding.
got it.
And then a uniform set of opportunities across our buildings.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I necessarily have wording for this, but just the things I'll say that are important to me. I think this definitely feels probably too specific to me in my opinion in terms of what's listed here. But what I would say is I do think that we need to there needs to be something on advanced placement on AP that also states that it should be more than just one single class. There needs to be something, we need to have some language that's fit in that is included in there. And I do think with AP, as we've done, as you know, we've been able to do other research and looking at what other schools are doing, like Kent Meridian or Interlake. There's, and as I understand it, what Interlake is doing is it's an IB course, but then you can take the AP class. So I think I want to explore this differently to really make the distinction between the difference, and I guess making sure that it truly is AP. So that is something, I don't know how we would necessarily word that. Maybe that's something that's just in a monitoring report. But that is something I think about too. I do think, I don't know if we want to include it, but I think college and in the high school is really intriguing to me as a possible option too. This is probably more of a monitoring report item, but I think I did hear from some parents saying that we would, by offering both, we'd be forcing kids to take both tracks. And that's definitely not the intention with this. I don't think there's anything, obviously that becomes too specific, but I think that's something we need to think about in terms of the wording. I also think lastly, as we said too, we want to continue to build on the IB program too. We see the positives in IB. I think this is really, I want to make that really clear. And I think Director Maraldo mentioned this too. We've all said this, but there's this sense of loss, and there shouldn't be a feeling of sense of loss. In fact, we want to elevate it. We want to open it up for more students across the district to have access to it because we see strength in that program. But AP would be sort of just the foundational, it's offered at all schools. IB would be, the idea would be eventually that Skyline maybe would be how the, kind of the magnet school for IB would have that program there. So I don't know how we would necessarily include that now. Maybe that's the evolution of this policy. Again, that gets too specific, but those are the things I think about with this, because I definitely want to make sure that we're still calling out IB. I don't want this to be looked at as saying, okay, we're killing that program. We're not. We're offering more option. And so thinking about how as we think about this, I want to make sure that's just something we're thinking about as well. So those are my thoughts.
I think my instant reflection on that would be critical for the interpretation of that, because I'm not sure I would want to call out that here and how that fits, but we would definitely in the interpretation want to sort of see that. But
I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I captured it though.
Well, I think I kind of talked about mine before. I do want to say that I'm not looking for exact parity between the schools, right? Liberty will always be the one with the NJROTC program. And I'm not expecting that across the other ones. IB program being there, Evergreen Orchestra so there's always things about schools that are different, that have their own unique programs. So again, I want to reiterate that I think, like Director Coyne was saying, building on the IB program or strengthening it in the ways that staff has been doing, because that's what we've heard in that input is that, hey, we're working on these things and that continued work. I'd say continue to do that to strengthen it for students. I think for me, it's a matter of I want college credit bearing is important to me. That's an important piece to me. And that it is 9th through 12th. Opportunities for 9th through 12th is important to me. The rest, I'm flexible on.
This is interesting. I think I've come full circle on this myself. I will say, interestingly, Director Mullings, I had the same thought when I came home from the listening session as I went back to the leading language of the policy statement. And, it seems we're on track to, do exactly that: exploration, acceleration, remediation, all of that is the intent. And then when I'm looking here, and some of this predates me, so, be patient. But the wording change we're making is because the very broad statement as it existed ended with more specialized areas. And as I understand it, the board felt that that general language was not ending in the results that we were hoping for. So in this case, perhaps we do need the more specialized language. And the specialized language isn't exclusive. It is just really adding to specific areas of specialized areas, but there could be more. So I don't have a big concern with that, I suppose, in the policy statement itself. And I also have the concern that I'm not sure what would happen if we did not have the specificity, again, as Director Mullings said. And I'm not sure if there are real alternatives we would be happy with as a board if we didn't have the specificity. So I think that's kind of where I'm landing. Again, I'm open, I'm open to other ideas, but I think that's my perspective right now.
Okay, so I think I've captured everything. If you think that I've missed your idea, please just nudge me verbally. And while you're thinking about that or reviewing those, Director Mullings has.
I have a question. Well, first, I think Director Taylor's point of the previous ending in more specialized areas, I don't think anything substantive has changed across the buildings in many years to have gotten into more specialized areas. So that's sort of feeds into my point. But I'm interested in the point about ROTC at Liberty. Today, students at other schools, any other schools, can they participate in ROTC, or how does that work?
It's a class as well. So I don't know, at this point, they would probably have to ask for an in-district transfer. Maybe somebody in the secondary arena.
We're looking. Superintendent?
No, yeah, so I need some assistance at this. I believe students have the option to transfer in, but
Yeah, so
that's
they'd
through
have
an
to transfer into the
inter-district, yeah.
school. Yeah.
Yep.
It used to be at Issaquah High and they were not able to maintain 100 students.
There you go.
I also agree with the 9th through 12th being important. So the opportunity is 9 through 12 for me. So I agree with that.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So, well, I guess first comment is I would just add IB to the list. But my question is college and the high school. I've gotten sort of conflicting understandings of what that coursework actually is. And so I would love to understand more on, and why I say conflicting is, and I just can't remember if it was a parent who said this, but the feeling was that that was a way to add more classes, not necessarily an accelerated path, like more robust coursework.
Dana Bailey, Chief Academic Officer. I do know a lot about college and the high school. I've spent a couple of years learning more about it. And the point of college and the high school is to give students who are taking college level material the opportunity to earn credits if they earn a B or better. So if the course itself is naturally aligned, all math classes past Algebra 2, Liberty High School's standard 12th grade English is now lined up to Bellevue College's 112. So it's an agreement between the college and the high school to say your syllabus lines up content-wise with the course that we teach. And if the students earn a B in their year-long high school class, they will earn 5 credits. And the equity piece there that I'm so compelled about is it is entirely free for students and families. And currently, a lot of our courses are aligned to Bellevue College. Some are at the UW, some are at Concordia. And it's an opportunity for us to open doors for students for work they are already doing.
And so does that mean when you say it aligns at a particular school that credit is only available to them at that school, or is it transferable someplace else?
Great. So that is the art.
That's where I'm at. Yeah.
That's the art of saying, if we're going to look at this particular course that students already take, say pre-calculus. At Bellevue College, it is transcripted as pre-calculus 141 and 142. But from Bellevue College, if the student were to go to the UW, it would be transcripted as 120. So mapping those courses really carefully through Washington State colleges to where we want it to land, because the goal would not be to take it and do the work in high school and have it be an elective credit. In the college, you want it to be the credit that it is. I think the rub is that what happens if the student goes out of state? So if they have a UW or Bellevue College transcript that has some credits on it, what happens if they go out of state? Washington colleges don't necessarily have an agreement with other state colleges, but we know for sure that if it's transcripted as a class at Bellevue College, Renton Tech, any of the agreements that we have, the universities in Washington need to accept it as that credit.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, back in the dark ages, I did college in high school. I went to high school here in the greater Seattle area, and I received enough credits to be able to graduate because I had taken it. It was UW accredited, and I was able to graduate a quarter early because of it. It was great. I mean, again, I went to school in the state of Washington, but as an option, I think it's wonderful to give kids that option, and I think it's great, frankly, to call that out. I think I've to be honest, and Dr. Bailey, I'm so appreciative of the work you're doing. I've been kind of questioning why in the Issaquah School District we haven't done more of this, frankly, because again, this is years ago when I was in high school here locally, and I guess I'm just not sure why we haven't done it. So I just am applauding it. I think it's wonderful.
We're on a roll.
Yeah,
we
think
have
it's
big dreams in this area
Yeah.
to do more college and high school. If the students are already sitting for the class, they need to take the class. It lines up with a college class, then we should be doing the adult work behind the scenes to create that opportunity for students.
And why not? Yeah, I think it's great.
I would just follow that up with the key part is it was UW accredited. And so
Agreed.
otherwise, even if you're transferring or you're admitted as an undergraduate student to the University of Washington or WSU, it may not necessarily be accepted for credit coming from those other institutions that were mentioned.
I agree. I mean, ideally, if it could be UW accredited, which I know, Dr. Bailey, you're working through all of that too. I mean, I think that would be ideal.
And she's heard lots of input from the board on that topic. So
can I ask
yes,
another clarifying question? And I should probably know this by now, but I don't. So IB, college credit. potentially. AP classes, college credit, potentially. College in the high school, college credit, potentially. Any other options currently available?
Running start.
Running start.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Running start. But that's the universe, right?
I think online, I mean, there'd be online courses as well. I don't know if you want to consider that. I mean, that's kind
Sure.
of how you.
Okay.
I
I
want-
think that's important just to the language yeah, because it's also, if we did put the college in the high school and then like you had it a minute ago, is it either or both or?
Sure.
Offer it all, offer one, offer not the other, I mean, that's what I think we start getting into.
I was trying to give a nod to Dr. Bailey because I know that she's very passionate about this and committed to this. So, and I think that we can find the,
Mhm.
I think in an ideal world, you would have these courses that could do both. I think that would be the dream.
Sure.
That way students could take a rigorous IB course, like let's say some IB math course, and they could choose to not take the test because they could get college credit for it otherwise if it aligns with what's being taught as long as they get a certain grade. And that would dramatically change the stress level for some students. And to your point, I totally agree with you, Director Mullins. There are some students that actually there's like, give me more.
Right.
And again, we're trying to meet the whole range of students. And I think this would strike a good balance as long as it's an institution that would be recognized more broadly than some others.
Yeah. So to hit that point home, in college and the high school, it's the grade you earn in the class. And in both AP and IB, it's a high stakes test. So if there's a thought about students who learn differently, some students feel the confidence in their everyday work and they're earning the B or better in their everyday work. And the other part is the other two options, the IB and AP both have those big days, and the springtime is filled with tests, and some kids do really well at that and some kids don't.
Very good point. My daughter would be an example of it. Yeah.
Okay. So I've put that language back in, but again, so but it doesn't have to be there. So start throwing rocks at this. I'm trying to capture everyone's thoughts, which is
I think it comes down to is our AP courses the line in the sand?
I think they are for our community.
Right. I mean, if that's the case, then I'm back to we probably need the specificity for sure. And I know that's here, but I'm just saying we might not need to be wrestling with that. We're all in agreement that AP is the line in the sand. And then we can add from there, have or not. But I mean, that's the crux of the matter to me.
Yeah. But I think it's also trying to, I think by adding some more of this language, it highlights just more, since it's been such a reviewed piece that people look at, I think more of board thought behind it comes through with more words. Yeah.
So I think for me, it's what do I want to have as potential options and what do I want to prescribe?
Yes.
And after hearing that robust explanation, I am a little concerned because all of our high schools have a lot of students that go out of state. And so my concern with specifying the and college and the high school is, yes, it's for the specific, it's a different way for students because it's based on your grade. But I'm really concerned about students earning credit someplace thinking they're earning credit and then going to a college where it won't apply.
Okay, well, we can strike that. I think the district is going to move forward on.
I'm not sure I'm ready to start.
No, I'm not saying you have to, but I think
Yeah.
my point is I think the district is going to move forward on those opportunities no matter what.
Right.
At all schools, though.
At all schools.
Okay.
Okay.
I think-
So then why wouldn't we then, if they're going to move forward on it?
Well, I like giving them opportunities to to succeed. Because to finalize that point, then the other option is, again, they can, if the college and the high school prepares them for the test, then that's an opportunity for you can take this college and the high school class. If you get a B, you're earning credits here, and we know it's going to prepare you to for either the IB or the AP test. But I don't know if you can't take the IB test if you haven't taken the class, or can you?
I don't believe that you can, like you
So
can for AP.
that is the thing about AP, is that
True.
would they still, they would be, because I know it's a confident, they would be able to take the AP exam, but making sure that they would be adequately prepared for that AP exam.
Yep. Oh, maybe you're gonna get an answer.
So a lot of students in the last several years at Skyline who have taken the IB course have been more than adequately prepared to take the corresponding AP test and do quite well. So there is an option for students in that content area to go test on that subject. Any student in any of our schools who feels adequately prepared can take an AP test without taking the AP course. But to answer a question that took me a while to get up here to answer, you could, in theory, make a same one class, both AP and college in the high school. So the students could select for themselves for their own best learning style. I'm going to sit for the test and get the AP designation, or I'm going to take the credit that I'm earning through the associated college. So that.
And I think we would let them know too, that it may not, if you're planning to go out of state, it may not be transferable. So I think we would disclose all of that. Would that be the thought too at the beginning? Because
And I don't know that they're not transferable. I just
Yeah.
know
Or
what
possibly
happens
harder.
in Washington.
Yeah. I think it comes back to, for me, sorry, I'm just jumping in. I think it comes back to me again for its option and giving our students in this space who are wanting advanced coursework just some air to breathe, so that they're not on one track because they happen to live in one specific high school receiving area. So what this does, when I look at it, is it says, okay, great, I'm giving you kind of this foundational advanced placement, which is a relatively common advanced path at almost all high schools in the area. And then also we've got this great college and the high school option. If you don't want to take the AP exam, you have the opportunity to take it for ideally UW credit, which would be awesome. And we also have this other very accelerated program, IB, that potentially then we could showcase at Skyline High School that students could take who want that. Again, this idea of options is really big for me. And that's why I like frankly, I like what President Gallagher, what you've put in here. I think keeping that college in the high school, I think, is important. Again, it gives students options, but I like this framework. And then again, this last piece that you've added at the end where it says courses offering each individual high school, I think is nice too, because then it also addresses the IB component, which we want to continue to build on that. I mean, IB has some wonderful aspects to it. And I think that, we're fortunate to have that program in our school system. So just my thoughts on that.
Okay, he's restricted now. Okay, Director Mullings.
So I have a comment, but I do have a question. Sorry, Dr. Bailey. So is the practical difference, is college and the high school, I stay in my building, and Running Start, I go out of my building?
That's first.
And then is like that's the only switch I'm flipping there?
Absolutely. If you were going to Bellevue College and taking calculus, and you were in Liberty High School and taking calculus, it is, I stay in my building and I don't travel and I don't go to Running Start. So that's 100% true. At Running Start, especially in the senior exit survey, when we say, why did you take Running Start? There are a number of students who take classes that we will never be offered. We will never have enough students to offer. So, languages that we don't offer, et cetera. So I think it's both but yes, one of the goals of college and the high school is that they still can access all the things of high school. If they were really invested in their clubs and activities, whatever, they still would attend in high school, in the building.
Yeah, and I totally get the larger catalog, right, at Bellevue College as an example, but practically is but it's, I guess what's interesting to me is, and maybe this is my question, if I look at Running Start, so having a student who went to Running Start, that credit issued from Bellevue College, and when we look in applying that credit in the out-of-state college, you can look up Bellevue College, you can pick the course. Are we saying that would not be available for college or college and the high school?
No. So I think I'm following you that if you were to go to Running Start and take a class at Bellevue College, you'd get a Bellevue College transcripted transcript.
Yes.
And if you take a college and the high school course connected to the Bellevue College system, you would get a Bellevue College transcript. They will be the same. One day after graduation, nobody would know where you did or attended that class. It would be transcripted as a Bellevue College class. So then the out-of-state question becomes the same, whether you did Running Start and went to Bellevue College, or whether you did college, high school, and at Bellevue College, the out-of-state question is the same.
Okay.
I forgot a really important part, and I'm really sorry. And I did not mean to forget this, but it's not been on my mind because I've been working on understanding what you needed me to research. But CTE and the dual credit programs through CTE are wildly successful and participated in by many, many, many students at all of our schools. So I did not list that before because I've been on my own quest, but CTE is well sourced, well resourced, and well taken by our students, and have a lot of students participating in earning college credit through the dually certified programs in CTE. So we can't leave them. I can't leave them off the table without saying them.
That's a good point. Okay, thank you. So that reminds me of my comment, which is maybe my ending comment from the listening session this week was, I think what I want to make sure, and I think this language is starting to get there, I probably will end up wanting more choices written out than less, is what it feels like is we have the ability to offer choose your own adventure. We have tighter bounds on that at Skyline today of what adventure people get to choose. And that is what I want to address, which is if I can get in the diploma program and take all of the courses that get me to the diploma, anything short of that, I'm really on to choose my own adventure. So I can take a couple of IB, I could sit for AP tests, but I'm adding more bounds to it. And so for me, I think I would call out the including for me would be all of the ones we just talked about, in which we can earn college credit in 9th to 10th grade. So AP, because AP is the only one that's not in the choose your adventure, as I understand it, right? All rest are on the table. College and the high school, maybe it's CTE, and there was one more. Running Start.
Oh, and online. And online opportunities, our own online program for students to take our own online class.
Gente, a reunião das 6 às... Aliás, eles começam a reunião às 5. Até agora? É das 5 às 9h30. Uma vez por mês, uma vez a cada...
So for me, my including would be all 4 of those.
Okay, so I would be hesitant because we talk about CTE and other parts of this operational expectation. And this is really about the acceleration piece.
Fair.
And then for Running Start, again, this is really about what we do, and that's what happens outside our system. So I'm not sure how you would evaluate and hold our superintendent accountable for something that's outside our system. So I would argue those two don't fit. I think college and the high school fits. I think Dr. Bailey's gotten me there.
And it's our
with a lot of.
We repeat that point on Running Start one more time about being outside the system and why not to include it here. I missed it. That's all.
Because it's not courses that we provide. So it's courses providing opportunity for like we don't provide any Running Start courses. So it seems like that's not stuff that we're actually doing. That's not what we're asking the system to do. Like what are we asking the system to do? And we're asking the system to provide these courses that accelerate learning, that leads to college credit earning opportunities starting in 9th grade, including blah, blah, blah.
So I think what we are asking the system to do in the case, and there's a fair amount of effort around Running Start to alert, advertise, build awareness, facilitate the ability to access it. And so I would have to skim through here to see if we talk about the access piece, the education access required for students to add those to their toolkit. So, but I agree with you that those aren't the courses we're offering, but I think there is a point about the education side of the availability and access to.
And then I would recommend if you're going to do that, I would add that to 14.4. And so if you look at that and you could say inclusive of, or
Yes.
Promoting, or ensuring students have the understanding about this, that's where I would recommend that goes.
Well, I was thinking it might just be a 14.3C because it is about that college credit bearing, right? So it's similar to that, because I do want to make sure that, you know, again, the longevity beyond the 6 of us, what would this still read? That I certainly don't want to lose the Running Start program, and I don't want to lose opportunities for students to earn credits, college bearing credits through online courses.
So would the language say something along the lines of facilitation or information regarding it? Since we're not, the district's not directly responsible, but maybe it is a 14C. I don't want to overcomplicate things, but looking at 14A, we're being very specific with 14.3B, but 14.3A, now that we're looking at this, looks very vague to me. We say career ready credentials, and I know we're not ready to jump into that, but I do wonder if we need to be asking that question too. We need to figure out obviously 14.3B first, but I am looking at that thinking, does that need to then be more specific?
Well, it's already adjusted. So you can see the language there is a little different thanks to some nudging that I've gotten on my right.
Oh, on 14.3.
It's different to the red.
Oh, right up there. So learning experiences provided the opportunity for students to earn career certification and credentials. Oh, I see. Okay.
And then it added certification.
I see. Okay. Okay. I like that.
So I've added 14.4 because I think that's where I would put about what you want to talk about inclusive of or promoting Running Start, because I think it is about different learning styles and needs.
Could we back to 14.3B or 14.3B on crossing out college and high school? Can we take that off? Yeah, uncross it. I mean, I will say that for me, it's like it's the light bulb went off, frankly, with that. Like I get excited about it because when I think about, again, the problem we're trying to solve, giving option and giving space for kids who want accelerated coursework. And sometimes that AP test isn't going to be the option. And to be able to do college and the high school as an option, that is exciting. And then also this idea of unique characteristics at the high school. If we have a really strong program like IB to build that up and have it be accessible for all students within the Issaquah School District. Those are things that I get excited about that wording now, because I feel like we're giving the option that we're hearing from that the community is wanting.
So I feel like what you just said, Director Coyne, and what's written, maybe I feel a little bit differently about, particularly the while respecting unique characteristics. So what you said was while something more about sharing, elevating, extending, or the potential for extending them, and the while respecting maybe gives me more of while leaving people alone versus how do we promote and give access to those opportunities. I'll put the ROTC example in there, or in this case, IB from other schools. I don't even have a cup. If I could have one, that would be great.
Just because I think I see what you're saying. So if that makes sense. So the idea of while respecting unique characteristics, so you're saying it's closing it off to by accepting or respecting those, it's only open to students at that particular school, like our ROTC, or like IB only be for Skyline.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I guess then how do we reword that then? So that
but it's going to be, remember, I mean, post fourth high school, there's going to be uniqueness
absolutely
at all of our schools. So I would say they're all going to be.
I agree with that, but it's not about it. It's the respecting the unique characteristics is like, hey, I know you're different. I'm going to leave you there. I think what we're talking about post bond is a promotion of your ability to access the differences at each school.
Open.
Yes.
And so.
So how do you want me to phrase
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
Open,
I know,
openness.
so I'm getting there.
Yeah.
So while, facilitating access across, while facilitating access for all students to the unique characteristics and course offerings. And then that gets to my other point then.
Students to access unique opportunities.
Unique opportunities and course offerings, yes. Yes, I like that. And that gets to my other point then. I don't think we need the addition to point 4 then.
Facilitating access for all students. Should we say let's see, while facilitating access for all students to the unique opportunities, while facilitating access for all students to, I'd say access, but then we've already said that earlier. To
I
access.
guess
the
we don't need
opportunities.
the.
Yeah.
Facilitating
For all
access
students to,
unique opportunities, course offerings.
yeah, yeah.
The-
I like that because I think it's a good point. Like you said, I think if we just say we're respecting the unique characteristics of each school, we're not saying it's open to all students because it should be.
Director Moraldo.
Like, you know what? So actually, after taking away the actually helped me. So because it was very specific, like to the unique opportunity. So if I wanted that unique opportunity, then that means I would want to go to Skyline and there's not room for me. So there wouldn't be a way for the superintendent to be in compliance, right? So this is a compliance-based policy. And so I want to ensure, like, that might be including the later on might be good once we have those unique opportunities so that if a student wants a specific unique opportunity, they can go to that school. They just can't do that right now. Which is why we need another high school.
Okay. This is kind of a nitpicky thing, but could we take under advanced placement AP, I think we could take out courses there because then because if we said including advanced placement and college and the high school courses, we cover both. Tighten it up a little bit.
Ooh, we got one rid of one word, even though we added 25. So
we're tightening it.
we do by the minute of our time.
For students to accelerate. That's great. Yeah, I like it.
Do we have to say at all comprehensive high schools? No, we say, I mean, if including these two things, that's system wide.
I don't think
Yep.
Gibson Neck wants your AP classes.
Yeah, I think we do need to
That's a
highlight.
good point. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think in the future, like there will
Probably be
other
raising your
high
hands, not me,
schools.
not me.
Can we be silent on this? Would you be okay if we were just silent on this and left 14.4 as is, knowing that?
Yes, because I feel, I'm sorry. We got what I was
Okay.
needing about the access and promotion in B. So I no longer need the 14.
Okay, so let's just go through our checklist to see what we met and didn't meet of the board's requests. So specificity is important, specialized area language to call out. To accelerate learning and or deepening understanding, uniform set of opportunities across our buildings.
Yeah.
Feels too specific, but to call AP courses that indicates it is for more than one class. College and the high school, not intended for students to necessarily take IB and AP courses together. Want to build on the IB program, not looking for exact parity among the high schools. College credit important, opportunities 9th through 12th important. Does everyone here at this place feel like they have what they need here? Okay, so now I want to pause there and reach out to you who have been graciously very quiet here. So now here's your half hour.
So a couple of things. One is, I know because this is most applicable, B is most applicable to Skyline High School, but between conversations with Principal Hennig, as well as our team members at the system level, right, we feel confident in our ability to continue to increase college credit earning opportunities. I appreciate naming the two opportunities that are most within our control, right, to be able to offer, think about while creating greater flexibility for students overall for choice and acceleration. So I think that is that meets our needs. And I do appreciate removing the specificity of the actual ways that AP is coding their names of courses, because that could also change. So when we link to someone else's course book, then we have less control, and that means it comes into conflict with our own policies. So I do trust and believe that our schools, and as well as our teams to support schools, can determine where we might have opportunity to increase this opportunity and come up with a plan to be able to, one, meet student interest and demand, but also take into account the important things and factors that I think we've heard our teachers say around the impacts to, you know what I mean, staffing, different course offerings, as well as then also how we prepare for those as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to be able to come up with a strong plan, and I know that the wheels are already turning on that one. This is quite a lengthy sentence as an English major.
Yeah.
I am noting that.
I'm trying to just
Yep.
make sure it's representative.
Yes, yeah.
I guess you won't need to do much interpretation.
No, I could just repeat it.
Yeah. See about.
Yeah. So I think this is a nice representation also of hearing from the community as well. There are things that will change even in AP in terms of what kinds of courses might be offered in the future. I did hear some sentiment around what kinds of things could happen in the future for AP offerings. So that just leaves us more room. And then I'll kind of talk about A for a moment, because I was providing some feedback here along the way. And I made the suggestion to change from courses to learning experiences, because I believe that as we think about the ways we learn, we don't want to limit, and we actually know that certification and credentials might happen not necessarily in a course, it might be attached to a course, but it is about the learning experience itself. And then I have heard the board talk quite a bit, not just about credentials, but also certifications. And that's how we've been using language too. And I think they're both equally, you know what I mean, important to name here. And they're not just career ready, they're just career. So I swapped out a word. Yeah.
Okay, so as it reads, oh, sorry.
Well, I just wanted to specify, because it's not in there where we talked about indicating more than one class. I'm okay that there's not that specificity. And the reason why is because we're kind of making a verbal agreement here. It's built on the relationship with the superintendent. If it ever came to be that we weren't satisfied with that, then we can add in the specificity. So if we ever felt the need to say, and it has to be at least these classes, that would happen.
I think that's been clearly well documented in many conversations about the intent here. And I think that's an important thing. And so that's part of the teaming that we have together to support moving forward.
That's your room in the interpretation. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so 14.3 reads, ensure that the instructional program offers opportunities for students to develop talents and interests in more specialized areas, including A, learning experiences providing the opportunity for students to earn career certifications and credentials. B, courses providing the opportunity for students to accelerate learning that leads to college credit earning opportunities starting in 9th grade, including advanced placement and college in the high school courses at all comprehensive high schools, while facilitating access for all students to unique opportunities and course offerings at each individual high school. Yes.
You know, I have to bring up my middle schoolers. Would this mean my middle schoolers could never take a college credit course?
I want to know if there's state regulations or college board or IB or college regulations about that. That's a good question.
It's a good question.
Because
I don't think, I mean, Dr. Bailey is coming back up here, but I don't think that it precludes you. Like, I don't view that as a excluding earlier if it's an option, right? But
you know, if something exists.
A little bit of research will need to be done on
Yeah.
all the fronts, but there are quite a number of restrictions about taking college credits while you are not in high school or college. So I'd be happy to research that and come back with that information. But there actually are quite a lot of restrictions about not doing that unless you're part of in the college program like UW's for middle schoolers.
So does that, so when middle schoolers, that means they can accelerate up to a point
Yes.
in middle school? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't love that, but okay.
Well, I would think that, so we do have students that go all the way, they go to high school to take Algebra 2, but that wouldn't be a college bearing class. So they would have to be even that much more accelerated, which then likely they're going to be like a classmate of my son's where she was literally should have been a 5th grader when she started high school. Right. So there's the opportunity at that point to actually accelerate grades as opposed to.
The University of Washington has a special program for that unique student population.
I'm gonna add something here. So my English brain, right? My English major brain is going to in section B, is that actually 2 different points you're trying to make that should be separated? So the while facilitating access for all students is a separate point. It's still one. Okay, got it. All right, just clarification.
Oh, that was 3 characters, 4 characters.
No, we're not a good spot.
No, I'm like, are we ready for a?
No, I think that it's too much change. I would
Okay.
recommend that we move it to a 4th read at our next meeting. I'm just trying to.
It'll be on YouTube.
I send it off to Emily right now. That way. So let me stop sharing. Okay. So that item is done, and now we are moving on to school year calendars, and I would like us to individually consider these school year calendars. And so we'll do motion by 1 year at a time.
I move the board approve the school year calendar for the 2026-27 as presented.
Second.
And now we'll open it up to public input. And I see Christy Bennett.
Hi, I'm Christy Bennett from Skyline High School. Again, it's me. I wanted to speak in support of this 3 calendars that are presented to the board today. The IEA board approved them after the bargaining session with the district. Bargaining with the district went really well. We feel like it was very collaborative. And I did want to point out that year 3's calendar particularly was a hotbed of issues between where Labor Day fell, where New Year's Day fell, how that meant like the breaks were falling and trying to make sure we were out by Juneteenth. It was kind of a perfect storm of all kinds of things and after a leap year. So it kind of was like this awful puzzle that we figured out and created a work of art together. I'd also just like to say that the requirement to bargain 3 calendar years in advance seems a bit much to me, having just done it. because I don't know what I can do with that information. I can't book a plane ticket. I can't plan on a summer camp for my kid. I don't even know like when sports practices for March are gonna be, let alone in 2029. And so like that like really hard line on requiring 3 years out of the superintendent feels a little bit difficult for me, being the people that have to bargain that with the district. So those are a lot of feelings at a wonderful time of night. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your input. Is there any other public input on this agenda item in the room or on Zoom? Okay, I don't see any, so we will close that part of the meeting. So I'll just say, if you would mind putting up the calendar, the first one, 26, 27, you know. So the first thing is we want the expectation, because that way there is time in order to set the calendars and we're not feeling rushed should there be some back and forth that's needed. So in this first one, I will just say that like what is going to be next year, or sorry, this year is our first year of Wednesday included for Thanksgiving break. This what was it last year? Okay.
Last year.
That this one is another example for me that is frustrating. If we did not have that Wednesday off, you would see we would start school a weekend later and on August 31st. And when Labor Day is the 7th, I totally understand that we're going to be starting before Labor Day, but it is very different to me to be starting on the 27th instead of the 31st, meaning because you would not have that Wednesday of November and then you could end on June 17th, which is before Juneteenth. So I am sure alone on this, but did want to highlight that as a concern that I elevated prior to our newest board members joining us about the calendar. That's frustrating to me that that extra day in November hasn't been shown to be a huge desire of the community, and yet we're doing it. And now what we will hear is we're starting school early and earlier. That's a true statement. And so it's really 4 days earlier than we need to start for 1 day gained. And that seems to be not a trade-off that I want. So while the board may be approving this calendar, I am explaining to you why for me, I cannot.
I tend to agree with you, but I would be curious about where did it come from? What was the genesis of the Wednesday? It was never a thing for me.
I'll let anyone else who's been here be able to share at least their probably opinion on that.
Well, my opinion on this is that if you are starting early on that Wednesday and it's a half day, you're done by 2 p.m. So a family might have elementary age students that are then getting off. And then they have the middle and high school students that are starting later in the day and not ending until late in the afternoon. And so traveling and things like that the day before Thanksgiving is very difficult. And so this allows, if you have a family that spans across grade levels, being able to not have to try to figure out, how do I get the kids home, get everyone packed, get to the airport, and get on a flight at a time that still makes it reasonable for me to land if I'm going to the East Coast for family, etc. So for me, I think that this is a quality of life thing that we didn't know existed because we've been doing it a different way, that I think we're beginning to experience in the state of California, of course, who only has 175 days of school per year, I might add, but they have the entire week off. So I think that it is frustrating, yes, that we're going to we can't move later in June for this, which is still inclement weather half the time. So it's bothersome to lose part of August, but I think that's really where we're at on this. So I'm supportive of this for our families and our teachers.
Yep. So I guess what would I add to that commentary? I think what became the puzzle pieces, at least in my time on the board, was I think my first year we didn't have any weather days built into the calendar. And that first, or maybe it was the year before I was on the board, and we missed most of like one of those months, like January
It
or
was
February. We went to school like a couple of days. And so we had no contingency built into the calendar. So that was a huge flashpoint in the community because it drove us to the very end of June, I think that year, if I remember correctly. So that was one, is how can we at least leverage at least one day, which I think has served us well in the last couple of years, in need of a whole system closure. So I think that was one piece. The next one was frankly with the addition of Juneteenth as a federal holiday. So that became another piece at the end of the year. And I don't think it was last school year, but the year before, Juneteenth was inserted after calendaring. And so we ended up with last day of school following like 2 days or something post that, which became a mess at the end of the school year. Then in surveying of the community, we didn't get to any crisp belief systems around whether we would be willing to make changes like some of our neighboring districts, such as shortening is it the February break?
February.
Where I think some of our neighbor districts do long weekends, basically.
Correct.
Versus a full week. As well as the spring break, as well as the time off at the end of December. So I don't remember the exact pie chart, but it was a lot of just split decision of what to do about any of those. So without being able to take a day from one of those other places, like the February break or the April break, or I'll call it the December break, we don't have a place to get from. And then there was also some, and I think I believe we got it again this year, some surveys of attendance. So both student, as well as the adults, the different professionals in the system for that Wednesday as well. And so I'm a huge advocate for the Wednesday off, just in the feedback and just the personal experience. I would have gone either way, but I have to tell you, I thought it was one of the best things we did living through it last year. But I think looking at just the Wednesday without looking at all the other constraints we've also put in the system isn't really a balanced picture. For me, I would say, great, let's make the February break shorter. I would be happy to put that on the table. That's just not what the surveys came back with.
Any feedback for me? I'm good with all three. I've received positive feedback on the Wednesday off before Thanksgiving as well. I mean, ideally it'd be great to be able to start after Labor Day, but it's kind of a give and take with it, but I'm fine with the calendars as they are.
Perfect. We are ready for a vote, I think, for the 2026-27 calendar. Although we did already. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Me? Nay. Correct. I'll entertain another motion.
I move the board approve the school year calendar for 2027-28 as presented.
Second. We're 27. 27, 28 is the one we're doing? Okay, I closed it. Got it.
Yes. And all of our start dates, did they work around the holidays of our families who really?
We did consult a couple university sources that have done a really nice job collating all of those. We didn't find any conflicts.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I didn't miss something, but we did our best.
Correct. Any discussion on this calendar? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the 27-28 calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'll entertain a motion for the next one.
I move the board approve the school year calendar for 2028-29 as presented.
Second.
Okay, so if you would scroll up a little bit more, Fernando, we want to see into January. So we have I think, practice ever since we had 2 years in a row of calendars like this, where we got a lot of very vigorous feedback. That having the holiday break in the winter where it's not 2 full weeks inclusive of 3 weekends, that has not gone over well for people who travel off to a different continent. That makes a huge difference for them. So for me, I cannot support this calendar on behalf of our community and the vigorous feedback that we got. And the last time we probably had this calendar was probably my first or second year on the board, and we haven't gone back to it since. And while I like the start dates of this calendar, my suggestion would be to either move the 20th through the 22nd to the 3rd through the 5th as a suggestion. But again, this all has to be bargained by our district and our teachers. And I understand that makes the end of school really close to the Christmas holiday. I would look at this year. I think this year is also really close. So I'm just trying to see like what the difference is. So it's 2 days closer in this calendar. I have heard from districts that surround ours that have had in years past that we didn't do. For instance, like Highline, I think this past winter had the first full week of January off, and they found it really helpful for families that were traveling because you were not competing as much with all. So I don't think that the impact would be as big as we think, but I think that not having the 3 full weeks would be a big deal to a lot of our community. So I would request a pause on this one, but that's just me and that's my opinion. So Director Maraldo.
I have heard the same thing as far as people wanting like the full weekends around. And I think whenever it falls on this specifically, when it's that Monday, January 4th makes it the most difficult. I would say my concern about just keeping it 2 weeks and extending it to the 5th is where does it run up against finals for students? Like when they come back, will they have enough time to be studying for finals? And I don't think that they would. What I would prefer, my preference, probably not the teachers, will find out, would be to add the 18th and 19th, keep the end date of that break, and then just make the start date of school would be the 24th of August. Because that would be the Thursday before, because you have to add 2 days, right? So I would be adding 2 days to a break, not subtracting anything, adding the 2 days to the break. So it would actually be 2 weeks and 2 days. As far as then it would be 12 days of break. So you'd have to add 2 more days either at the start of school or the end of school or one of each. But I don't know if we want to start school on a Friday. So I think starting school on a Thursday would be
right. We don't want to
best
start school on a
option.
Friday unless you're a kindergartner. Okay. So
Sorry.
my take home message I heard from you is, so we've both given different options for how potentially it could be negotiated, but neither of us are comfortable with it as is. Okay, great. Director Mullins.
Can you just repeat your suggestion?
So my suggestion was to move those 3 days of December to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I think as our community becomes more diverse, I'm not sure how important the 25th is to the majority of our community. I think what's more important to them is the block of time, and I want to honor that. So, but I I wouldn't be opposed to Director Moraldo's suggestion of having it be a longer break because of that first. And I think the point of this is to sort of get into a pattern where it's not really a negotiation. You see kind of where the days follow, and then that's the calendar, which is kind of what we're trying to get to. And I appreciate that this is a post leap year and all the impacts to it. But so I don't have a strong preference in that way. I just have a super strong preference for not it being a broken up weeks because we heard so clearly.
I mean, ultimately, once we get through 7 years where it's consistently, here's our guidelines, then those will be your pick which 7. Based on, and it sounds to me like what's really driving everything is what day is the first day of the year? Of the calendar year ends up driving most of this.
Well, I mean, we've actually said what day is the last day because of Juneteenth. Is that
Right? No, but really the cursor right here is what is shifting this is where January 1st starts drives everything on both ends.
oh, it's first day of our calendar year, not the first day
Yeah.
of the school year.
So once we do 7 of these calendars, then that's going to be our set of 7. And you just pick which year, what day is January 1st on?
It, again, rookie question. And there's a rule that we give the second. I mean, the second has to be given here, January 2nd. That's the federal holiday. That's a Tuesday, though.
No, it's not a federal
No, that's a
holiday.
Tuesday.
It's the first has to be given.
First is so Monday and then Tuesday, right?
But the point is what Director Model was saying is if you look, you would, if you only gain 1 day.
I know, we're still a day short.
Right.
Right.
And then that day we wouldn't start school on a Friday.
I would be fine with the 18th through the 1st, and then you only have to add, well, but then you're still starting school on a Friday, or you're ending school on a Monday, which neither of those. So I think
We did that
That
2
was-
years ago, and that was
after.
painful. We actually ended on Tuesday because it was the first Juneteenth was a Monday. So we went Saturday, Sunday, Monday off, and then ended on a Tuesday, which was
Yeah.
Those were the 2 options the bargaining teams also rejected. The ones that Director Moraldo just highlighted, that ending on the Monday or starting on that Friday.
We're not.
we agree with both of those.
Yep.
So, did you have another question?
No, I'm just trying to figure it out.
The 3 weekends definitely make sense. And I think that gives maximum flexibility. I think you guys are much more astute at calendar mathing, like off the top of your heads than I am. So I'm like, what are you moving? And so what we would, I think your suggestion, Director Gallinger, would be the 3 dates that are currently off on this calendar, 20th, 21st, 22nd, that those would all be school days. Am I saying that correct? And then school would return on the 8th. And that way there would be the weekend of 23, 24, right? Okay.
Yeah, 30, 31. Yeah.
I think for me, that feels like a better option than, sorry, Director Moraldo, you were saying, which one?
Well, my reasoning for not liking that is coming back on the 8th and when do finals start for students and all the review time that teachers would want to go through. That's my concern there.
Well, we can see that by the 26th, so finals will be the 22nd through the 25th. So
Yes.
we can look at that and see that. So you would still have 2 weeks before, which is what we actually have in this current calendar.
For what it's worth, I probably favor Director Gallinger's option as well. I don't love the idea of starting as early as August 24th.
I just want to give appreciation to how hard it must have been to get to this point and how painful.
Oh, yes.
It must be to hear people nitpicking over these individual days. So I just want
don't
to,
have
I
to
just
start.
need
Thank you,
to
Director Mullings.
acknowledge that.
I feel seen.
Yeah.
Because it's painful for me as I'm just like, I can do lots of things, but calendar math is clearly not a skill that I possess. Oh, So that's so for anyone listening, I'm sure this is excruciating after all of your hard work. And I personally apologize for that. But the 3 weekends for me and being off starting the 23rd actually feels fine. Like you still would have a couple of days. If the 25th is important to you, there would be a couple of days there before that date comes, and then there would still be 2 more weekends. So I don't know if that is a possibility, but sorry, Director Moraldo, your option, could you explain your option?
My option is going the 18th through the 2nd, but starting school on the Thursday prior. So you see 28 of August. It would be 2 school days before would be the 24th of August to make up those 2 days that you're taking on the 18th and 19th.
Which is similar to the 26, 27 year. Right?
Similar.
Earlier. Yeah.
Touch earlier.
That beginning part would look like 26, 27 and 26, 27.
Yeah, the difference is that it feels earlier because it's the 24th, not the 27th.
Yeah.
I'll just add, I'm fine with it as is.
Yeah, and
I'm okay with it.
I don't have a strong opinion because I don't really have the history of lessons learned along the way.
If I may remind the board briefly, the state could also change the total number of non-student days that they support and fund. That has happened before, whether they're in August or elsewhere in the year. So that would be a reason that we would reopen these potentially and rebargain if there were a change to that model.
I definitely see money coming out of the trees for that.
I think the struggle we have is we're trying to work with something. Again, I think it goes back to what Director Mullings said. I clearly there was a lot of time put into trying to figure out something that would work given the constraints that we have with just the how the days, fall for this particular school year. And I guess I struggle with the adjustment. I don't love the idea of starting an August 24th start date. That feels really early to me. And then an extended December break that's longer than 2 weeks feels long to me. I worry about coming in late in January again with finals. That's a concern to me. Starting, having the last day be the 22nd. I mean, I guess you could. That is close though, for the holiday for folks particularly that are wanting to travel. The closer you get to Christmas, the more expensive it becomes to travel if you're flying out of state. I mean, looking at it, I'm not sure there's much wiggle room with it, but that's just my thought. I'm fine with it as is.
I think my struggle with the option that would get us to start earlier is from my starting earlier, I need the payoff of ending earlier. And in that scenario, I don't get an ending earlier. And so I'm all about starting earlier if we can end earlier, but starting earlier and not getting the benefit on the back end for me, I don't love that one. So if we're gonna hold on the end date, then I think it's either as published or the Director Gallinger scenario.
I have one more scenario just to confuse you. We can go December 18th through the 1st of January. And then, oh no.
That's the
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong
end.
I was looking at the wrong one. I wondered if that genius one before, because I was looking at the wrong calendar.
I'm going to say one just to be discredited immediately, which is you can take the 2nd back and take the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Well, you would have my vote, but
Because then you would
I've been
fill
pretty clear about where my flag is planted on that date.
Just a thought.
I don't
But again,
actually don't know what you did there. What do you mean with this again?
Like
take the second back to school on January 2nd and move that. So then you would take the 19 and you still need another day to get 18 off. So you would take.
Oh,
from
he's
the
taking the 2nd to be
and the
the
22nd
19th
of
and the
November.
other one to be.
Well, I think you've talked through lots of options because remember, we don't actually
Right.
do this work. Fortunately for us, unfortunately for Assistant Superintendent Hood, who has done this amazing work to get us all the way through to 27, 28. So she's heard lots of options. So the question before us is, are we going to vote to move this calendar forward? Are we going to withdraw the motion? I'm fine with either, but there is a motion on the table.
I would withdraw the motion.
And if someone else feels strongly and wants us to vote on the motion, I'm also totally fine with that. So don't feel like you're not seen or heard here. And I'm happy to carry through a vote if that's the desire of this group.
I think, does my second have to withdraw her motion, or is?
I don't think so.
It sounds like I'm probably the only one who's in support of it as is, right? So probably no reason to vote.
Totally. I just don't, I want to make sure that everyone feels like they have a say, because I'm not trying to prevent or suppress any sort of opinion.
Just maybe a procedural question. So we could not take it forward. We could suggest it goes back, but it could come back looking exactly like this. Yes.
It
Right.
could. So I mean,
Potentially, yeah.
I think, yeah. So I mean, maybe voting it down would send a clearer message that this is not going to be approved by the board. I don't know.
I know it would be my preference not to vote it down, because that seems harsh based on the conversation I would hope that they would listen to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we would anyway.
Not that you need to, but if you have any reflections or things you want to say to us, I totally will respect and take that, because I am pretty sheepish at looking at you right now.
I will say that we technically are in, we have 3 calendars in advance right now. And so this one would be like the 4th one, right? So
You are, yeah, you are.
We're at 4 years out.
we're 4 years out right now. So we are in a
way
spot
ahead.
where we are in a good spot, frankly, from like for the next year-ish, or
Yes.
a little under that. But so there's also we can talk about our next steps on this one, but it is nice to, this is a hard one. This is not an easy one because of the leap year. And so we can.
Yeah, and that New Year's Day, I think Director Moraldo nailed it. That does drive how you get to suck in that holiday that is required or not, right? So that changes the math a little bit. I think one thing that I would just like to share with folks, in case these numbers are probably new to Director Coyne and Director Taylor, about 36% of the community was interested in potentially shortening the February break. The other breaks they didn't want touched. February was the one that had the most openness to it. So that is out there. That's not a super compelling number, as Director Mullings pointed out. And I think the Wednesday, while it is still relatively new, and we asked the question about a year ago, the folks that wanted it were about 25%, and 34% of our community said we'd like it, but it's not the top priority. So that's over half all in. If you count those, we'd like it, but not our number one priority. So the biggest, I think, item was really the inclement weather day. 82% love the inclement weather day. When we're really lucky, knock wood, that's the only one we have to use. And Juneteenth, of course, that was the other big, please finish before Juneteenth. So those 2 things I do think are the most critical, and I think we've hit those.
I'm just super impressed with how quickly and beautifully this was done. And so I was genuinely excited when I was like, oh my goodness, this is very fast to be able to look at this. I just will restate, I know it's really important and has been a helpful item for people to be able to look out into the future. It was certainly a much bigger point of feedback, not being able to have that in the past. So I just wanted to share a great appreciation for looking at this so quickly, for getting us out another 2 years. I think that's really exciting, and that this last year is just really odd. And so some more time on that one, I think, is needed, but I just don't want to miss the point of a great appreciation for the work.
Thank you. And while Ms. Bennett is still here, I should mention too, I pressed my my union partners a little bit on hustling to get this done. We had hoped to bring you something in September, but they don't have access to all their members through the month of August. So it was just not something they really felt in good conscience they could do without getting their member input. So probably early October is about as early as we can do it in a typical year. But I wanted you to know why.
Right now you're in a cadence. Hopefully we can just do one at a time,
Yeah, just one.
unless you like to bring groups of them. But I mean,
I kind of don't mind knocking out a few at a time,
Right.
but I'll speak with my my labor partners and see how they feel about it.
well, sounds like the ones after this will probably be also easier because they won't have those challenges that you just mentioned. So again, gratitude on behalf of the board, gratitude to our teaching staff for their also rapid willingness to collaborate to do this, because it is a very clearly expressed community desire to have 3 calendars out. So thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Continue on with my failure of
We didn't do we actually have to formalize the withdrawal?
there's no formal vote. When you just withdraw a motion, it's withdrawn.
I believe that just once it's withdrawn, it's withdrawn.
We would vote if we were going to table it. The next item is legislative matters.
I'll keep it brief. But I guess it was last week, right? Director Coyne and myself had the opportunity to sit down with Representative Callan and have a conversation about the upcoming legislative session and get her point of view of, kind of the lay of the land and her thoughts on what might be possible from an advocacy standpoint. And she was also really shared a lot of good information about ways to best partner with her and her staff as we move into the session. So it was a really great conversation, and I think a good starting point that will help inform our discussion coming up in December. And then I will also just mention, I did also have an opportunity to meet with Lauren Bartholomew of the PTSA Council, who is also the advocacy rep there with Shannon Mayo, and just had a conversation about communicating our priorities versus what the PTSA Legislative Assembly, what those priorities will look like, so that we can think of ways of how to perhaps partner in our advocacy or make sure that we're aligned and communicating both of our priorities. So those are the 2 major developments.
Perfect. Anything else? Nope. Yes.
Yesterday, Representative Callan was invited by the WEA to just do an update session with our staff members and teachers specifically at Echo Glen. And it was just an opportunity for them to hear a bit more about what the legislators learning about with respect to the governance model and accountability model for institutional education, and an opportunity for our teachers to share updates to their experiences in the partnership with DCYF at that location. So several things came up on behalf of our teachers that I'll just share, which include, continued need to inform each other and be in coordination and communication about matters that are relevant to the educational programming for our students while they're also residents at Echo Glen. The second is continued consistency of applied policies that exist, right, for both staff members from DCYF as well as our teaching staff. And then finally, just ongoing opportunities for feedback for how the governance model could look. There was an introduction of and a welcome desire for feedback on where will both institutional ed but also detention centers live moving forward. So it's a whole system of how our youth might migrate through a system. And so there's some intent and thought around really engaging in conversation around how that can be supportive.
Thank you. I think that's a really important update for us to hear, and I'm glad that conversation happened. So I appreciate your nurturing that relationship with our legislators that impacts not just our kids, but all kids. So next is announcements and correspondence. Anything that needs to be added before these get memorialized? Okay. And then last, calendar and future agenda topics. I'm not sure how much appetite I have for any scheduling, so I would recommend that we table this to the next meeting to be discussed. which will be my last meeting to manage. So,
But
with
who's-
that being said, we'll be grateful because I've just blown, I've failed, major failure right now. So with that, we are adjourned at 10:29. We really well. We've been waiting. Yeah, this to be